Okay, we are doing S4A Livestream number 131 being recorded on March 12, 2026. We are live at twitch.tv/socialism S4A, and I'm joined by about 140 viewers. Welcome, everybody. I'm seeing a lot of people saying long-time listener, first time, chat or whatever the equivalent of caller is in the chat. Yeah, so couple of landmarks. 6-year anniversary of S4A last month. Okay, I've managed to stick with it for 6 years. So, really we can thank the patrons and Buy Me a Coffee supporters who have helped to just keep pushing and supporting this content over that time. Even at times where, I was burned out on just engaging with the channel. There have definitely been those times for many different reasons. I've said before, it's for the patrons and Buy Me a Coffee supporters who I'm really doing this at the core. It's not always exclusively for the patrons that I'm doing this, really. And I know that a lot of the funders of the channel are funding it because it's getting a message out to lots and lots of people. That's the other landmark, is that we crossed 50,000 subscribers on YouTube, which is awesome. But it is substantially different from, when I started this 6 years ago. And I was talking to a few hundred people, and, you can really just post wildly at that point. But really at that point, I had not studied Marxism that much. I knew some basic things, had read the manifesto, that kind of thing, had done various kinds of left activism, but I decided to really dig in. And part of that was after seeing the Bernie Sanders debacle in 2016, also having been part of a worker co-op, and, seeing a lot of the issues with that, the positives, but also the limiting factors, a lot of that just being the general educational level. It seemed to me like the US left needed a big educational boost, myself included. And so, we went from posting leftist memes to doing some audiobooks, and then also, videos just venting, that kind of thing. And here we are now. We've gone through a lot of study, 6 years of Marxist-Leninist study, covered a whole lot of topics, have a lot of stuff coming up this year that I'll talk about in a minute. I mean, it's been quite a journey. There's been, actually, speaking of the patrons and all that, let's thank the patrons and Buy Me a Coffee supporters, whose names are going on the screen right now. There we go. Whole lot of folks. I mean, if you look at some of the stuff from 2021, there were like half a dozen supporters. So that's grown quite a bit. And when I say that I'm doing it for the patrons, I don't mean that the patrons are dictating the content. People do send in things sometimes, but it's not like, the channel is being bought or something like that. People are coming to it basically like I am, just wanting to study the source material. So sometimes people recommend things. I would say that I only end up reading about half or maybe even a third of what's recommended, at least within that year. Sometimes I will come back to it later, but usually I have an agenda for what I want to do on the channel, and we stick with that. When the Russia-Ukraine war broke out, I'd say I lost at least a third of the patrons at that point. But, it grows back, and new people find it and everything. What I mean is that there's people out there who are putting in their money because they know that we get audiobooks out to people, we're engaging people in discussions, and just getting the message out. And I want to keep doing that for the people who are, putting their hard-earned money toward just supporting that work. And it really does effectively support me, both in terms of morale and materially, to just get through. There's times where I can't wait to read the next audiobook. There's also times where, if I ever see the channel again, it'll be too soon. That support gets me through all of that. So if you appreciate the channel, I say this in the videos, I really mean it. If you've learned something from it and you want to see more from it, want to help other people to learn from it, thank a patron, thank a Buy Me a Coffee supporter, and do consider becoming one yourself, because it's that support that just keeps me coming back to the channel, where I make sure to just keep uploading. It got tough last month. I mean, February is like kind of dead of winter kind of month, spirits can tend to be a little bit on the lower side in general. Plus, there's been this huge onslaught from the Trump government, and then the Democrats just being professional, paid, controlled opposition, paid to fold, playing the Washington Generals to the Republicans' Harlem Globetrotters. And, both of them supporting terrible, unpopular politics. Actually, I have a video coming up about how the Democrats are consistently to the right of their actual base. And a lot of people who vote for them are doing so holding their nose and, wanting to see more from that party. You're never going to see it from that party. They are paid to lose. They're paid to enforce the 1%'s agenda. So anyway, we have to keep up our thing on the left. And, I'm convinced, based on a study of the left going back, to Marx and Engels' time, that it is communism that's going to provide the leadership that people need. And that's why I stick with this. It makes sense. I came to communism kind of by process of elimination. I tried more or less everything else first. Then when I finally just said, okay, I'll give in and just study Marxism, because all of these, well, there was an idea at the time that, communism is dead, fall of communism around 1990. And then in the 90s and 2000s, it was like the world is moving on from communism. So, yeah, I gave other things a try, not really that satisfactory to me. And then coming around to just digging in and studying the dusty old books, it was like, holy shit. Not only do I agree with this more than anything else, but Marxists have actually published criticisms of every other kind of strain of leftism that there is, even like 100 years ago. And it's exactly, the shortcomings and the criticisms that I found with those other things. So I was like, this clearly is still relevant. It's kind of timeless as far as within advanced monopoly capitalism. Marx and Engels, not really advanced monopoly capitalism or what we call imperialism, but still relevant to the era of capitalism. But Leninism especially, Marxism-Leninism is Marxism in the age of imperialism and proletarian revolution, which we're still in. And so the technology has advanced a bit since then, but the class relations really have not. If anything, the peasantry globally is smaller than it was then. So in a lot of the countries, even that are more backward, there's a larger percentage of proletarians. So the class composition, as development continues, as capitalism continues, and, socialism also in some places in the world since 100 years ago, there's been socialism contributing to the development of the world as well. The proportion of proletarians to peasantry has only increased in that time. It's only going to keep increasing. And so, the collapse of capitalism is on its way. Since 2008, they've been, thanks again to the patrons. I'm going to go back to the regular screen now. Since 2008, we've really been in limbo as far as how global capitalism is keeping itself afloat. And the bubble that we see now, the big discrepancy between the stock market performance and the actual underlying economy, and just there's so many different metrics of this giant looming bubble, this big overvaluation. People are really struggling to pay bills. There's been a lot of inflation, dollar declining. There's all kinds of things happening. This may be the big one that they really can't escape from in terms of final collapse of capitalism. Since 2008, like I said, they've been limping along and using really unprecedented techniques to keep the system afloat. Another hit or two like that, like 2008, they really may not be able to continue at all. Hence, the more people are up to speed on what socialism is all about, how to organize from a communist perspective, how to avoid common pitfalls of that left movements have faced in the past. This is all very important to study, and that's why we put it out there. If people are looking for a way to get started on that, we have the basic Marxism-Leninism study guide playlist. And then also we are working on this year, already done a lot of it, but are continuing to work, and hopefully we'll be finishing up most of the American Party of Labor's recommended reading list for Marxist-Leninist study. If you go to the home tab on the YouTube channel and just scroll down just a little bit, there will be a section of recommended reading lists and syllabi. So you can get different recommended reading lists to kind of cover the foundations of Marxism-Leninism, and then you can go off in whatever particular area of study you want to follow up on. If you want to study African socialism or, like whatever subtopics, Latin American socialism, you got to get your foundations in first. And we do need people bringing in, I'm one person. I'm trying to do as much general education as I can for people and to engage on current events and stuff like that to, within my ability to do so. But people have to get the foundations in first. And like I said, after the basic study guide, I would probably recommend the American Party of Labor recommended reading list after that, because it goes into some more advanced topic. I would call that kind of the intermediate list. And like I said, we'll be finishing that up. I may combine those playlists at some point. And there's a couple of other readings I would throw in too, like Rosa Luxemburg's Reform or Revolution, Rajani Palm Dutt's Fascism and Social Revolution. These are ones that we recommend quite a lot on the channel, and I think that they're really useful for entry-level socialists today. Some people call baby communists or something like that. People who are just starting out in their studies. But I would say to anybody just starting out, give it 2 or 3 years. That was the point at which I started kind of getting my footing. And actually, one of the things that I don't know that we definitely will talk about today, but one thing I am prepared to talk about today is the Deprogram. They recently did the China episode and the second China episode. And I did actually listen to most of the China episode. I listened to the first hour and a half of it. I left the remaining, whatever it was, 57 minutes. It was a very long episode. And I have not listened to the second one yet. I can discuss that if people are interested. I did get a lot of requests to take on that topic, so I decided to just go ahead and listen to it. So I made notes, and I can discuss that if people want. China, I think it's a confusing topic. It's a hot topic for a lot of people. Hot button issue, thoughts on China. People have been asking that since the first stream, and I've kind of shied away from that. In a sense, my studies on China are incomplete. However, also in a sense, I have reached a point where I feel confident to say a certain amount of, proclamations on the topic. In a sense, I think that China's a bit overhyped. Yes, it's still run by a nominal communist party. Yes, it's the second biggest economy in the world. And so there's a lot of interest in, is this socialism? Is this communism? What is it? Should people be following it? Should people be trying to implement a similar kind of thing in their country, or is it revisionist? And should people be doing something else? And in fact, creating, let's say, another pole in the international communist movement away from CPC style socialism or socialism with Chinese characteristics, Deng Xiaoping thought, that kind of thing. I know they're on Xi Jinping thought now, but kind of the big turn was back in the late 70s with Deng Xiaoping. And we can definitely talk about that. And I did bring the rest of the video with me. Maybe we can do some of that on stream. But let's go through the chat right now and see what people have to say, what's on people's minds today. All right, scrolling up. Just to catch up a little bit with the chat. And I'll just remind folks, here, let me go ahead and pin it. Don't feed the troll. Tag a mod instead. Okay, so yeah, don't feed the trolls. Tag a mod instead, and they will deal with the... I do like to try to read the chat. So pinning that message. And there we go. Okay. Scrolling up and trying to read as much of the chat as I can with 164 people in here, and I even have raids turned off. Let's see. Is there a strong communist party I can join in the USA? Not so much. So where we're at right now, as my opinion in the communist movement in the USA, is you have a lot of the leftover 20th century parties that are revisionist in one really important way or another that I can't really recommend. Either that or I can't recommend them on an organizational basis, which is to say that there have been problems that People have made a lot of complaints about the way the party actually functions. And that's sometimes on top of their politics being revisionist. So revisionist, what do we mean by that? When a Marxist says revisionist, we mean revising core theories of Marxism, usually particularly revolution, but also in the era of Khrushchev, later 20th century, post-World War II, there was what people called Khrushchevite revisionism or modern revisionism, where there were major revisions to communist theory made by the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, including they were saying that the parliamentary route to socialism was now valid. What? That's totally in violation of everything Marxism-Leninism understands, and for good reason, about capitalism. Khrushchev was out there promoting the idea that the balance of forces had shifted so greatly after World War II that now the parliamentary path was valid and could lead to socialism. They're also talking about not the dictatorship of the proletariat anymore, but the dictatorship of the whole people. So some really deeply, dangerously revisionist ideas that led to disaster and defeat for, well, Allende in Chile is a common example of trying to take the parliamentary route without building up a militant movement along Marxist-Leninist lines to prepare for the inevitable fascist counter-revolution. So it just kind of ends in slaughter. People who've read the Jakarta Method also will be familiar with some of the shortcomings there. So you have modern revisionism, Khrushchevite revisionism. There's also Dengist revisionism in China under Deng Xiaoping, reintroducing capitalism. And like I said, we'll be talking about that more today. But yeah, the parties are either revisionist in some major way, or there's major organizational complaints. I think at this point we'd probably be better off just doing the whole thing over again. So, either finding a small pre-party formation or making a study group. If you're active in a big tent left organization in your area, some people are like, you think the Green Party is going to lead the revolution? No, I don't think that. But if there's nothing else going on in your area, it can be a good place to at least meet people and then maybe see if you can get something going off of that. It can be a good introduction to what projects are going on in your area, what kind of activism projects are going on, and you can meet some people. And the same thing with DSA. There's a large center and right wing of DSA, which is hugely opportunist toward the Democratic Party. That's obviously no good. But if you have 400 people in your local branch and you go to some meetings, there's bound to be some actual Marxists in there. There are also Marxist-Leninist caucuses and things like that going on. So these can be places where in the short term, we can meet people, network, form study groups. And then once those study groups get something going, maybe they can federate on a state level or regional level or something like that and kind of rebuild a movement. I saw that Unity Struggle Unity, which just to, it's unity-struggle-unity.org. They have, I think, a similar view as I have to rebuilding the communist movement at this point. They published a lot of really highly critical articles of CPUSA, for example, Communist Party of the USA, which is the old leftover, Comintern party from the 20s and 30s. Took a major, beyond revisionist, even liberal turn with Earl Browder in the 40s. Never fully recovered. William Z. Foster did a partial rectification, but even he, I would say, was too rightist. But that's my opinion. So yeah, there are some smaller groups, like there was the American Council of Bolsheviks. There's the Communist Workers Platform. There's the American Party of Labor, which is specifically Hoxhaist, which not everybody can get on board with that. I would say from what I've seen, as far as the things calling themselves a party, they probably have the best reading list and their members seem to actually read. So, I mean, that's a good starting point, at least, wherever it goes from there. Some people talk about the Maoist Communist Union. I'm not a Maoist. I think that there's some kind of weird stuff in Maoism that I can't fully get on board with. But, I know a lot of people are fans of the Maoism. So, there it is. Here we go. So all Trots are the enemy or something. So don't organize around Trotsky. We have an entire anti-Trotskyism playlist going. Trotskyism was not a good figure, not a good model for your organizing. discard Trotsky. So, I mean, it's not that every last person who's joined a Trotskyist party is the worst person on earth. It's that it's not a good basis for organizing, and you should not join Trotskyist parties. Okay? If they have a good position on one thing, just stick around. They'll have a bad position on something else soon enough. It's erratic. It's scattershot. Trotsky was known for sounding very revolutionary, kind of ultra-left even at times, and then in practice, embracing a lot of wrong ideas and helping some of the worst reactionaries within the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, then continuing to do factionalism within the Russian Communist Party and so on. It's just not a good person to organize around. So the Trotskyist movement, I think, is, suspect for that reason. These like diehard, lifelong Trotskyists, just stay away from that. That would be my recommendation. And yeah, that's my opinion. People are going to come up with other things, but Marxism-Leninism does not uphold Trotsky, and I think for good reason. Have I heard about the CPUSA? Yeah, they're an international anti-revisionist organization, and the American Party of Labor is affiliated with them. Yeah, so if people in other countries are looking for an anti-revisionist party, Marxist-Leninist, not Maoist, although even in the Hoxhaist Maoist world of the late 70s and 80s and all that, some of these parties kind of went back and forth. Some of them started out as more Maoist. I've heard Hoxhaism sometimes described, at least in the early phases, like in the 60s, early 70s, as like Albanian Maoists, because they sided with China during the Sino-Soviet split over, again, Khrushchevite revisionism, as I was talking about before. However, there was a split later between Maoists and Hoxhaists because Hoxha came to the conclusion and published books saying that he thinks that the problems that gave rise to Deng Xiaoping actually lay earlier in the party, not even under Mao, not properly applying proper Marxist-Leninist party building methods and things like that. So like I said, we're going to get into that more later in the year and into next year. My study on that is not complete. I do lean more to the Hoxhaist side, I guess. There's a lot of things that kind of rub me the wrong way about Maoism, and significantly less from the Hoxhaist side. So that said, I mean, one of my things about Hoxhaism is there will be some pretty dire proclamations about Mao, sort of correcting, I guess, the error of embracing Mao. There was pretty high praise of Mao and Mao Zedong thought prior to that. I mean, I take some of that with a grain of salt. Like I said, I do come out a bit more on the Hoxhaist side overall, though. Anyway, let's see. I mentioned CWPUSA, Communist Workers Platform. That's another spin-off of the PCUSA. It's a little hard to keep up with. All right. Yeah, PSL is Dengist. That's a problem. Sometimes I get people in the comments saying PSL doesn't say that China's, still socialist. In fact, they do. Talk to pretty much any member. I've got into some really annoying arguments with PSL members about that. As an indigenous person, I can see a lot of similarities between indigenous peoples and the communist movement. We both want the end of the profit system of capitalism, and for that we are both smeared as barbaric brutes for it. Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of overlap historically between, the real leadership of national liberation movements, for the most part, has been socialists. I mean, back in the day when there was a functional socialist camp, and Stalin wrote a good deal about this, the idea was, even if a country wasn't quite ready to become fully socialist, it wasn't developed enough, but it was a target of imperialism, the idea was to get them more politically aligned with the socialist camp led by the USSR, so that that country would no longer be, the country could be defended by the USSR and would no longer be pillaged and exploited by the by the imperialist countries. Just knocked my drink. I got a little too talking with my hands there. So yeah, national liberation movements were encouraged to join the socialist camp so that they could, even if they weren't fully socialist yet, see the logic of partnering with a block of countries that was not going to pillage them, that was going to actually help them develop. China is doing kind of a watered down version of that today, that we'll talk about why I think what they're doing is not really sufficient, and it's not really comparable to what the Soviet Union did either. So actually, back on the Deprogram, part of the thing I saw over and over again with them was that they would always compare China to the USA, not to the USSR. And so it was tended to be a lot more responding to capitalist criticisms instead of communist ones. And it's like, okay, USA is like the worst country on earth. Of course, everything's better than the USA. But why don't you respond to some communist criticisms? They would do a little bit of that, but they would tend to push it way to the back. And often, any time that they would do, say a communist term, they'd do it in a funny voice, like, class forces or something like that. And it's like, you're just kind of making communism sound stupid by ridiculing it with a funny voice like that. But anyway. But yes, real national liberation comes from socialist leadership. Yeah, the RCA is the American branch of the RCI. Yeah, that's Trotskyist. Canadian Communist Party, ML, used to be Maoist, then it went Hoxhaist later. Yeah, that was kind of the thing as far as the nomenclature of Hoxhaist parties. They would put Marxist-Leninist in parentheses after their name. And some of them were Maoist for a while, so it's a little confusing when you dig through it. Also, a lot of these parties were kind of more study groups and were pretty small, maybe only existed for 2 or 3 years, so it's kind of hard to trace the history sometimes of them. The left is so fragmented that many people are going to find themselves in a situation where the only way to organize is with a Trotskyist group. No, don't join a Trotskyist group. There you go. Problem solved. Telling people to avoid them is a great way to alienate people. No, Trotskyism is like the worst kind of socialism, like borderline. No, they're down there with the Nazbols. I mean, I would put them as being about as bad as Nazbols for different reasons. Don't join a Trotskyist group, okay? It's that simple. Yeah, Trotskyists are the whole thing of Trotsky. Lenin wrote about this a million times. He's great at sounding revolutionary and then in practice would not be, So, yeah, Trotskyists have continued that and they are able to trick some people. We're pushing back on that. I don't even get the logic of what you're saying. Their only ability is to organize with a Trotskyist group. Well, that's not really an option. So we're trying to help them not waste their time and just keep looking for something else, That's like saying, well, I had to organize with the Democrats because there was nothing else there. No, don't do that. You're better off just finding a few comrades online and starting to study with them and just wait till you can get something going in real life than to do that. People, might think that that's too harsh or too extreme. After all, Trotsky's a communist. No. Trust us. You're going to be wasting your time. You will regret it later. They're going to completely screw you up on Marxism-Leninism. Completely. Because everything to them is Stalinism. All of the socialism that has ever existed in the world is Stalinism to them. And they're going to completely screw up your mind. Don't do that. Is there a modern equivalent of the Communist International? No, because it's another criticism of China, actually, is you have the second largest economy in the world and very large country geographically by population. The Communist International was there to help Bolshevize the other parties. We clearly need that at this point in time. China's not doing that. Okay, so, maybe we just need to get into this a little bit more. My overall thesis on China is that the behavior of the CPC is much better explained than by any other idea, by the idea that they've retreated from socialism. That is the best overall explanation for their behavior. People will talk about, oh, well, they don't want to be interventionist and this and that. When you look at the entire package, the best explanation for the entire package of behavior that they're exhibiting is that they've retreated from socialism. This is also not that unusual. In other words, although China's become a very hot button issue, at the time that they did this, actually China was a bit ahead of the curve and probably influenced some of these other parties as well as influencing the overall fall of communism in late 80s, early 90s. But many 20th century communist parties, whether they kept the communist name or not, in fact took a reformist turn in the later 20th century. or early 21st century. A lot of what used to be communist parties are now calling themselves socialist parties or left parties. So it would actually be unusual in a sense for the CPC not to have done that. Like, that was the overall trend. So in a certain sense, don't overthink it. The CPC did what many of these other parties did. They merged with social democracy, which is, in fact, the criticism about what the CPSU was doing in the Soviet Union under Khrushchev. They were starting to soften the communist positions, go away from Marxism-Leninism, and start to become politically compatible with social democracy and reformism in Western Europe. China did the same thing, you know? I mean, and it's a different trajectory. China was not a developed country like Western Europe. It was a developing country that overthrew exploitation. They still wound up merging with social democracy anyway. So, no, we don't have an international today. Who will Bolshevize the parties? If we're looking to the CPC for that, they're definitely not doing it. So, like I said, I think people are straining to see something in China that is not there. And I think that there's also kind of two categories of people on that, which is people who haven't really studied, don't really know which end is up, are very green, as I was in the first year. And you hear people saying, I'm a Marxist-Leninist, China's definitely communist, they're definitely following Marxism-Leninism, and you've never read Marxism-Leninism, so you don't know. You're just kind of like, okay, people seem to be about 50-50 on that. China seems different from what my overtly capitalist country is doing. I guess they're socialist. Then you study Marxism-Leninism for a few years and you go, oh, China's not doing like any of the stuff that you would expect a Marxist-Leninist country to do. Or if they're doing it in a very watered down, softened kind of way while doing all kinds of other stuff that you just would not expect at all. So I think in a sense, people overthink this, and it's a total lack of study of Marxism-Leninism, which is why people end up not being able to tell the difference between, you know, China being able to make sense of the claims and evaluating the claims that China is still following Marxism-Leninism. If they are, it's a very kind of watered down kind of way, and that's not really how Marxism-Leninism works. So anyway, what do we mean when we talk about the reformist turn, you know, where these parties that were calling themselves communist became left or socialist? This is true, by the way, of even Hoxha's Party of Labor of Albania, became more of a social democratic socialist party afterward. Is it better than the Democrats or Republicans? Yeah, but that's not really the point. We're comparing it to communism, not to, you know, naked fascism. So like that's also not really the comparison you need to be making. It's how do we get the communist movement back on track, not playing lesser evil against the USA. What does that turn mean? Focus on parliamentary reform over revolution. That would be in countries that have not yet had a revolution. Embracing the so-called mixed economies or market economies with welfare policies. Participating in center-left coalitions. And of course, this is going to apply differently to parties in pre-revolutionary countries versus post-revolutionary countries. Like you see in Vietnam and China, the embrace of like more the mixed economy kind of thing. There are some exceptions. So like the KKE in Greece is still, you know, communist. And even out of the, you know, the turn in the 90s that a lot of these parties took towards becoming a quote unquote socialist party, there has been more of like a hardline faction that has emerged from some of these parties, including in Albania, like I was mentioning. So, I mean, what China did is not that unusual. It's also, you know, you shouldn't just compare it to the USA. Take communist criticisms on that. And, you know, how is this different? How is what they're doing different from the peak of 20th century communism in terms of their foreign policy, in terms of their support for socialist revolutions, for national liberation revolutions? It's quite different than what we would have expected from the middle of, you know, the really amped up fighting years of the communist movement. That's what we need to get back to. Anyway, more on that later. But while there is not an equivalent, I wouldn't say, of the Communist International, there are internationals of parties that do get together and have discussions and, you know, come up with policy statements on different questions. It's just not like the Comintern where it's sort of authoritative and they're really laying down a line for revolution in all of these countries that, could really be an imminent outcome, imminent event, given the right crisis of capitalism. So, I mean, that's another good example with China. What was their role in 2008? Biggest crisis of capitalism we've seen in a long time. Arguably, they played much more of a stabilizing role than an agitational role. I mean, that was a time where, we've seen since 2008, this channel, for example, and many others, a lot of outlets, a lot of people have taken up the cause of promoting this kind of educational, agitational, and organizing work around actual communism again. I would love it if the second largest economy in the world was, backing that a lot more. I don't think that they're going to do that. And I think it's because their interest is much more in maintaining, they say it's capitalism inside of a bird cage. Okay, you have a country-sized bird cage, but okay. I don't really see them pushing that. If anything, I think they're retreating to national stability. Understandable, but it's missing the internationalist component. So think about if the Soviet Union existed in 2008, what they would have been doing with the global financial crisis. USSR was straight up arming anti-colonial forces. So was China prior to Deng Xiaoping. Things really changed after that. I understand why some people call themselves Hoxhaists, but they just mean anti-revisionist Marxist-Leninist. They say anti-revisionism is a term that has been co-opted by others like Trots and Maoists. I don't really see a lot of Trots calling themselves anti-revisionist. They'll say anti-Stalinist, but I don't really see them. That's not to say some haven't, but yeah, anyway. And Maoists. Yeah, Maoists also refer to themselves as anti-revisionists because they were on the China side of the Sino-Soviet split and also are opposed to the Dengist turn today. And those are correct. It's some of the other kind of, more detailed things that I tend to think it strays from Marxism-Leninism. Some of it, though, is meant for more developed countries, and I don't know. Then you get into third worldism, and I'm just not sure that I agree with that analysis at all. So anyway, I think we still face a lot of the same challenges of, organizing in the imperialist countries, because even if the third world is able to shut off, supplies to the first world, you still need a force capable of doing something with that. Otherwise, it's just going to keep getting more violent. So anyway, China's letting Cuba starve. China is also the number one source of imports for Israel. So, and has been for years. And then people come back and say, well, I think that their policy is just doing business. Think about what you're saying. How Marxist is, Marx and Engels, true or false, published 3 volumes of just doing business. That was the landmark work. No, that's not really a Marxist position, is just doing business. So I don't know. But this is people have never, read a page of Marxism. China's not even supporting the communists in the Myanmar war. Even right in around the Dengist turn, late 70s and 80s, their relationship with the Philippines. So, the entire foreign policy has been an imperialist-friendly one because they wanted to join the World Trade Organization and integrate more with... They were trying to attract imperialist funding. So they completely changed to a non-Marxist foreign policy and basically quit the international communist movement, in a sense. Am I the only one who feels all these trot orgs are psyops as they burn out young leftists? I don't know that everyone, in the trot orgs, even in the leadership of it, are consciously doing that. I do think that they are wrong and it will have a negative effect, but they're not helpful, that's for sure, in my opinion. Kind of frustrating how so many revisionist parties call themselves Marxist-Leninist. Yeah, it's kind of like when they switched to the Third Communist International after the collapse of the Second Socialist International. Lenin and the Bolsheviks made the point that the parties need to rename themselves communist so as to differentiate themselves from the Trotskyite socialist opportunists who had endorsed World War I, instead of taking that potential revolutionary moment and making revolution, they endorsed the war. That called for the parties to rename themselves. Probably the same thing needs to happen again now. No, I don't think George Lucas was a Marxist-Leninist. People read a lot of things on the internet. Hearing a Dengist, quote-unquote, defend China not by actually trying to refute the various analyses that show that China is revisionist and their economy is state capitalist, but only by stating, go read about the productive forces, is going to make me have a stroke. It's so lazy. Like I said, I took some notes on the Deprogram thing, so we'll go over that once we get caught up here. Got another request for Linea Proletaria books. I don't even think that organization exists anymore, do they? I mean, I was going to read that particular piece out of respect for the fact that they had developed the basic Marxism-Leninism study guide, but I'm not even sure that that group exists today. I don't know if anybody has some information on that. In other words, I don't know if it's that like burning of an issue right now. China put Laos in huge debt. I've not heard that one before. Mao himself was a renegade who departed all trends of Marxism-Leninism with his synthesis of so-called New Democracy, and Dengism was merely the adapting of Maoism to monopoly capitalism's conditions. This is the best way I've come to understand China. Interesting. I mean, even Mao said that they were more or less moving on from New Democracy by the late 50s. I would count the period between the Chinese Revolution and that as kind of similar to the period of the NEP. And then, the NEP didn't really hold together that well. It was a temporary tactical retreat to rebuild the country. They moved on from it as quickly as they possibly could because there was a lot of political problems that it introduced. China had kind of the same thing. And by the 50s, they were just like, we're moving on to socialism. And then it's so wild that 20 years later, people would be like, we still need to develop. And capitalism is the way to do that. It's self-contradictory in its own terms. Why do you need capitalism to develop? Why, if socialism is the superior system, why are you claiming that you need to do capitalism to develop? Sounds like not a very committed socialist position myself, China trajectory seriously worries me. This was another thing that the Deprogram guys would acknowledge kind of after 20 minutes of defending China. They'll be like, well, and where will it end up if they keep this up? They're able to keep the capitalists in check today. Okay, but that's kind of the point, though. Like, maybe lead with that. That what they're doing does seem to be a big departure from Marxism-Leninism, and it's, just repeating over and over again, they have capital in check, they have it in check, although they might not be able to forever. I mean, maybe that should be the center of the discussion. Just a thought. Why are they doing it this way? We'll talk about it more later. But the basic idea that, well, we're going to pause socialism that we've been doing for 20 years. Then we're going to do capitalism for a while. Then we'll go back to socialism after 100 years. That's a thing that they made up. That isn't Marxism at all. What are your thoughts on the Comintern Stalinist-Hoxhaists? I don't know what you mean. As they seem to be more crypto-Trotskyists based on their methods and only using them. I really don't know exactly what who you're referring to. I used to be pro-China before reading Is China an Imperialist Country? As I've said before, there are things that are positive about China. The question, is China revisionist, does not mean should you not support anything about China. It means, is what they're doing likely to end up collapsing into capitalism, or is it likely to bring socialism? It's not that they're not doing anything at all helpful, or that they're at least neutral compared to more of the active harm in the world, or that you hate China or something like that. It's a question about where is their political project ending up. Is it going to result in socialism? If you care about socialism, that would matter to you. If you don't care about socialism, then that's not really going to factor in at all. So, there's a lot of non-communist opinions on China, which is like China's good because it's not the USA. Okay, great. As a communist, I have other concerns because we actually need to end capitalism. But, I sincerely think we're going to have to rebuild the communist movement from the ground up to get them back to get back to having a communist international. You need a functional socialist camp, which we don't have today. I mean, a big socialist camp capable of funding, revolution and being a world base camp for it. China even used to be a lot more of that. They stopped doing it so as not to offend their imperialist financiers that they were trying to attract investment from. Why does the Deprogram claim China is ML then? Are they a revisionist group? Yeah, I mean, we'll go through some of the claims. I took detailed notes, but why? I don't know. Why does anybody keep doing this? It's nonsense. Actually studying Marxism-Leninism has been the best thing I actually committed to doing. Same here. It's really shined a light on the world and history for me. They simplify everything to the point where, they're just revisionists. They want to make socialism for dummies and have made an audience that doesn't read, so they never get questioned. Ugopnik, the Yugoslavia nostalgic, is part of a revisionist group. Imagine my shock. Also, let me just make a public health point here. Can we stop promoting alcoholism and tobacco smoking? Just throwing that out there too. I think a lot of people believe in socialism with Chinese characteristics because it paints a better picture of the globe. In other words, there's still a socialist bloc, and if we say China is not socialist, it means we have to start from square one. Yeah, but I mean, reality, a painful reality is better than a, just clinging to this fantasy that's going to mislead you and waste your time. You talked about how fascism is capitalism, method of preventing revolution. I wanted to ask, is revolution still possible in fascist nations? Yes, but there has to be a big crisis. You don't just go from like the relatively stable day-to-day life of fascism, which, I mean, isn't that stable in the first place. That's why they're doing fascism, to try to stabilize it and to try to use naked terror to keep capital on top politically. But there has to be a big crash, a war, major economic depression, something like that is probably around the bend. We've been talking about the U.S. and, the imperialist system as a whole, which also will impact China. The crash that is coming up, we keep seeing it in Japanese bonds. Like, there keep being these canaries in the coal mine, but the big tidal wave has not emerged yet. When it does, which it looks like AI is what's keeping it afloat. Also, the inequality is so bad that rich people's spending has also helped to keep the economy afloat somewhat, but it can't forever. When the AI bubble pops and the rest of the economy goes, that's going to be the end. That's the swan song. And that's going to be maybe a 10, 20-year hole capitalism's not going to be able to dig itself out from. So expect wars, expect all kinds of political turmoil. And that's why we're preparing now, doing the study now, getting people formed in nuclei now of study groups and small parties, because the opportunity is going to come where capitalism, it will be plain to see across the whole society, cannot continue. We're not quite there yet. People are strained, but people expect relief still. People are still holding out hope that there will be relief. That's drying up. That hope is drying up. And eventually it's going to become obvious capitalism has expended itself as a system. And that's when people will actually start listening to us. People don't want to listen to communists as long as they have any kind of hope that capitalism can self-correct. When it becomes clear, and that was like why a lot of Eastern Europe went communist after World War II. They'd been occupied by Nazis. After that, and the communists played a significant role in the anti-fascist resistance, and some of the most resolute and non-vacillating, unswayed resistance. They got a lot of political credit for that. People knew that they could trust the communists, and so, those got rebuilt. I mean, of course, having the Soviet Union there helped too. But I mean, it was very clear that the anti-fascist role, and don't forget that the Great Depression the big crash of 29 and then the ensuing depression through the 1930s, that culminated in World War II. And it was clear that the socialists had more of a solution to that. Now, in the like Western Europe and the United States, those were the countries that still had the most gas in the tank. And the U.S. took over for some of the dying, the British Empire and the French Empire and stuff like that, where they started taking over. That's what the U.S. in Vietnam was all about, And there's a speech that Eisenhower gave about why are we fighting? And this was before the Congress, wasn't on TV or anything, but in the 50s, he was giving the Congress a pep talk about why are we, taking over the reins from France and Vietnam? It's so we can keep the raw materials like tin and zinc and all the other things that we need. So we can just keep exploiting them, basically. And the more that the world develops, which, that's been happening over the last 70, 75 years as well, it gets harder and harder to do that. Yes, there's still neocolonialism, but it gets harder and harder to do. And at some point, capitalism can't keep looking outside of itself to, uncharted lands to conquer, as much as that might be the dream to start a colony on Mars or the moon or whatever. Realistically, capitalism is going to have at least a period. There will be a window of opportunity where it comes up against hard limitations it cannot overcome on a short-term basis. And that's when communists have to step up. And the real concern here, I think, is that China is going to be playing more of a stabilizing role rather than a revolutionary role when that comes up, particularly if the U.S. is, and Western Europe are trying to rein in the developed world, that China will be kind of mirroring the same thing in the developing world, that there won't be support for socialism. There will just be support for this supposedly apolitical or class neutral development. And you just can't really walk that line without it having consequences for socialist revolution, which, by the way, compare the amount of socialist revolutions in the 1917 to 1979 period to 1979 to today. How many revolutions have there been? You count them on one hand. There were a lot more in the 20th century. Why is that? You had both the Soviet Union, the Comintern, and also China cooperating for a while. Then for a while, the Soviet Union and China were competing for influence over revolutionary movements. Vietnam is a good example of that, actually. And this was, because China had the line that the USSR was social imperialist, that it was self-serving and was restoring capitalism. So they were fighting for influence there. And the result is that the revolutionary countries got kind of double the resources. It's like the old stovetop commercial where the kids very realistically scheme to get 2 servings of stovetop by going over to each other's house for dinner. What has happened since Dengism took over? China yanked support for national liberation, socialist-led movements, whether it was socialist revolution or socialist-led national liberation to join the socialist camp. And then since the Soviet Union fell, there's been no socialist camp out there funding movements. And so, you see in the Middle East, the right wing takes over the Palestinian struggle. So now by the 2000s, the communists are getting phased out in terms of political influence because they're not getting the support, either materially or politically, that they used to get. And, the milder, left-wing, kind of more social democratic movements are still around, but they're facing this rising right-wing religious fundamentalist, movement, which is kind of the worst. Yes, it's still a form of resistance, but it's the least desirable one from a communist perspective. You want more of a left-wing, secular, materialist, communist leadership to that, not a, right-wing religious fundamentalist one. But this is what's happened. So, these are major consequences of China's turn. Anyway, like I said, we'll get into that more when I break out the notes directly. I have optimism that China will get its act together, but they let me down. Tell me why you have that optimism, because they've got about 50 years now of doing what they're doing. Yeah, they helped to bail out Wall Street during 2008. Like I said, they played more of a stabilizing role. They did a lot of stimulus internally, which helped to keep up their country's demand, like consumer demand for goods. That gave other countries somewhere to sell. What kind of world could we be living in now? That's the question you have to ask yourself. What kind of world could we be living in now had there been another 20 or 30 socialist revolutions instead of like 2 or 3 partial revolutions? China and Vietnam are done with communism. You have Luna Oi, who is doing revisionism to defend that. I mean, I think Luna is a member of the Communist Party of her country, which in many ways uses the same terminology that China uses. And they are trying to cling to sovereignty. I mean, that's something that China is doing, is that they are maintaining sovereign control over their politics and economy as much as they possibly can. When the Soviet Union was around, they were getting a lot more unconditional material aid from them, even despite the US's embargo. Like, nobody was allowed to help Vietnam in the 80s. Soviet Union did. And when in the 90s, they had to keep developing with like IMF loans with the conditions that came along with that, they had to make some concessions, but they made as few concessions as possible. And they're a small country compared to China, which China had so many more people, so much more land, so many more resources. They had an opportunity to take over from the USSR and become the new focal point of the international communist movement. Instead, you got Dengism. And then again, the importance of Hoxha is, although Albania was tiny country and was not that influential, theoretically you had writings and a political line coming out of Albania that was attempting to correct, you had the move from Khrushchevism, okay, that kind of collapsed. They said that they corrected it during the Brezhnev years. There were still problems during the Brezhnev years. China had an opportunity to take over and become the new pillar of the ICM when they too, and much more openly liberalized than the Soviet Union was doing in the late 70s. That was a huge problem. Somebody had to try to pick up the mantle again. Albania did. They didn't have, if Albania was as big as China, we might still see an international communist movement today. Much smaller country, more like a North Korea type of situation. Just didn't have the resources to keep it going, and wound up more or less coming down with the fall of communism around 1990. So, terrible, tragic thing. China's still doing what it's doing. Vietnam is doing what it's doing. And I think Vietnam is kind of having to follow China's lead in that, because where else is there? Again, they could try to become the new pillar of the international communist movement. Are they big enough to realistically do that? I don't know. So it's following China's lead on this sort of like nationalist type, protect your sovereignty and just try to develop as much as possible. But again, what was always understood about the international communist movement, it needed to keep expanding. As much as like Trotskyists want to slam Stalinism for socialism in one country because they completely misunderstand what that means, Marxism-Leninism under Stalin or afterwards always understood the global revolution needed to proceed, that front needed to keep pushing against capitalism. And, just taking this non-interventionist, non-antagonistic approach, this is like steps beyond peaceful coexistence, to just, I think, abandoning internationalist duties, But again, they're so far into their quote unquote market socialism that it's like when you start taking some of that into account, it all makes sense. And then you just go, why are we even still talking about this? Where were we? Oh yeah. So, I guess just closing the thought out about Vietnam, I think they're trying to do what they can and they don't want to just be overrun with neoliberalism, but I don't know, how much further they can push on their own. Oh, that's the other concern about China is, comment is, I don't see anything I'd consider communist or even socialist coming out of China. Next empire, sure, but not a communist one in my view. When the U.S. falls, like I said, Is China, are they going to just pass the torch to China, who's going to do a softer version? Well, at least for now. This is the other thing. Remember, at one point, Amazon's a good example, but in capitalism generally, what rising competitors do is they undercut, they do lower prices, even at a loss for a while, if they can afford to undercut the competition. Then when they take over, they raise prices again, So yes, China offers more favorable terms to the world for now. And if the whole thing is just compared to the US, that's a super low bar. Well, what happens when the USA falls, which it's on its second Trump presidency? I think we can assume at some point the US doesn't have that much of a future. When the USA comes down and is no longer as influential as it is and China's more influential, what'll it do then? Will they press the socialism button, or was that always a ruse? Are they just going to take over and help preserve capitalism? I know that the revisionists are dying at the thought, but this is something you got to actually consider. They're inviting economists from the West to build capitalism back up. I'm sure there's there's 166 people in here. I'm so sure there's so many comments I'm never going to get to. Part 2, Chapter 2 of Imperialism and the Revolution by Hoxha, titled China's Plan to Become a Superpower. And we will be doing that text later in the year. It's on the APL reading list. It's basically prophetic with how it rips into post-Mao China and the relationship China had to international capitalism. Absolutely. Remember that around this time, too, we were talking about China's dropping out of the international communist movement. Remember that one of the consequences of the Sino-Soviet split was that China started working with the USA, even funding and arming the Mujahideen in Afghanistan to bring down the Soviet-backed revolution there. Which, as far as what was going on in Afghanistan, as far as the attempted communist takeover of Afghanistan, again, that was a product of degenerated revisionist approach. There wasn't the mass movement. The population was still very, very reactionary in Afghanistan. As we can see, the Taliban took over. There's a lot of support for that. Unfortunately. Why do we say unfortunately? Are you judging the Taliban? Yes, I'm judging the fucking Taliban. It's a right-wing fundamentalist anti-civil rights movement. The error, though, of the communists who started taking over the Afghan government was that that's kind of all they took over was the government. It was more of like a coup, not dissimilar to what you would see from democratic socialism. They took over the government, did not really have popular support. Soviet army comes in to try to, support it anyway. They meet massive popular resistance because they haven't done the grassroots work that you need to do as part of a Marxist-Leninist revolutionary campaign. Soviet intervention is seen as very heavy-handed, and there's a lot to that criticism. I mean, would Afghanistan have been better off? Would people objectively have had better opportunities, better education? Women would have had more rights? Yeah, absolutely. But they didn't do all the groundwork that you needed to do in a Marxist-Leninist way to make a truly popular revolution. Anyway, but China wound up funding the reactionaries in that. Just because, because they needed to bring down the Soviet Union, which they saw as the biggest threat to socialist revolution. Think about that for a minute. That was the stated rationale for China working with the USA, and this even started under Mao in the 70s, working, meeting with Nixon, all this, because, hey, Soviet Union is bigger than the USA, the biggest obstacle to socialist revolution around the world. So China said, we got to work with the USA, bring down these social imperialists. Again, culminating in things as extreme as funding the Mujahideen. Well, what has that actually gotten us? China now is far worse than anything the Soviet Union was doing in the 70s in terms of abandoning socialism. The USA has elected Donald Trump twice. We're on open fascism at this point. And the socialist revolution, which was the whole thing, ostensibly, this was trying to protect. And we're 50 years into this strategy at this point. We've gotten like a couple of minor revolutions with mixed results, in 2 or 3 countries since then. I would not say that this had anything to do with, opening the flood, getting rid of the chief obstacle to socialist revolution being the USSR, according to China. I mean, was the Soviet Union acting sometimes in a self-serving way? I mean, yeah, there's validity to some of those criticisms. Were they taking on a revisionist line? Yes. It's also nothing compared to the revisionism China's doing now. So what China became is far worse than what the Soviet Union was then. So what has it yielded? No Soviet Union and a horribly revisionist China. That's what we got out of the strategy. I'm just saying there was a better strategy than that. We could have gotten a much better outcome than that. But yeah, I agree. Imperialism and the Revolution does, written in, I think it's 78, kind of nails it on China's desire to become a superpower. That is what we got. Maoism isn't all that bad. You just have to be severely underdeveloped or an uncontacted tribe for it to be applicable. That's what I'm saying is, like, the more that the world develops, even under capitalism, the less relevant a lot of that will be with time. Has a Dengist ever read the 13th section of Stalin's Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR? The answer to that is no. In fact, we'll be covering that soon. What I plan to do, we've been doing the Lenin against Trotsky stuff from the 1900s, teens, and 20s, passing that over to the Stalin against Trotsky list from the 20s and 30s. From there, we're going to do a quick couple of texts on Trotsky, Browder, and Tito. By the way, another channel, The Finnish Bolshevik, has started a very informative so far series on Titoite revisionism. Couple of works on Browder, Tito, and Trotsky from other authors than Lenin and Stalin. That'll be pretty quick, though, less than a month. And then we're going to do late Stalin, maybe a little bit of Dimitrov criticism and Comintern criticism from the 40s, but then get into late Stalin with early 50s economic problems. Then, which is on the APL list, and then I'm probably just going to pick up the APL list from there. But I did want to do kind of a pass through the 20th century, read a bunch of the 70s Hoxha stuff, talking about the Khrushchevites, the Titoites, Dengism. When all that's done, Capital Volume 2, that should pretty much take us through the whole year. Capital Volume 3 will be next year, and we will see what else we do from there. At some point I'll be done with all of the foundational readings, and we'll just get into, I guess, video essays at that point. I don't know. But yeah, that is the plan. Someone at my local DSA meeting the other day here in Dallas told me it was their first meeting, and they specifically mentioned you and your comments about organization being the point, not simply winning elections as to why they were there in the first place. Keep up the good work. Looks like people are actually listening, and it's having at least some material impact on the ground. With 50,000 subs, yeah, I assume it's impacting at least a few thousand people. Good. That for me as a lone individual, again, a lone individual with a lot of support, and thank you to everyone who has helped educate me and, supported me, whether with morale or contributions or readings or discussions, whatever. But yeah, I mean, this being one channel, affecting thousands of people, that's great. So keep it up, because like I said, the closer we come to this crisis of capitalism, the more of us we're going to need there to be, and the more extensive our networks can be, the better. The Deprogram was also very condescending in their China episodes. I could not agree more. It was painful, especially from Hakim, I thought. Really should tone that down. Basically saying if you haven't run a country before, this is like on the old, for people who like movies, the IMDb forums, Internet Movie Database, they shut down their comment forums after a while because every single criticism of a movie ever the response would always be, oh yeah, where's your movie? That's just not a way you do criticism. Anyway, You can't have any criticisms of China at all if you haven't run a country. And said that anyone calling China revisionist is ultra-leftist who has no job. You know, that sounds very compatible for ACP membership. That's what I would say to that. Very Nazbol adjacent. I don't appreciate the way they claim to be critical of China, then, yeah, I mean, and then be very, very uncritical. Yeah. Also on China, the bourgeoisie don't mind nationalizing industries with their state. A very good example is fascist Italy or Hitlerite Germany. Nationalization isn't socialism. This was pointed out by Marx's son-in-law, Paul Lafargue. We have it on the channel, very short text. I think it's just called Socialism and Nationalization. Makes a similar point. It can almost be harder to have a revolution. Yeah, it's practically the same pseudo-argument that the MAGA cums make to disregard criticisms of China. Who are you, dumb white Western Baizwo, to even criticize China? Oh, well. Fortunately, it just rolls right off my back. It's like, who gives a shit? I feel like most of the arguments in favor of present-day China revolve around siege socialism. Yeah, the thing we were saying, though, about the international communist movement, it would be less of siege socialism if the revolutionary wave had continued to expand and if, in fact, China had not fully retreated from helping it expand in the late 70s. So that's really, they helped create those, they didn't create imperialism, they didn't create the United States, etc., but they did help to create the conditions whereby the socialist camp was collapsing instead of expanding. Chat is eclectic today. That's happening more and more to the channel. I think, in a sense, I used to have more fun with the channel when it was, 5,000, 10,000 subs because it was mostly communists. Now that it's at 50,000, it's just not mostly communists anymore. So I get a lot of really weird comments, but I don't know, what can you do? We just keep at it. I mean, the whole idea, we're trying to make more communists. We're trying to help people do the basic study that's going to enable them to go join a party. And at some point, there's going to be a party that's going to be capable of carrying on this work, not just like a lone rando. You know what I mean? So we're trying to make more communists so that those communists can go on to make the party that we need. That's what I would like to see. And that's what I fully expect is going to happen at some point. Probably don't expect that to happen for a few years at least still, but, I'm prepared to keep carrying the torch until then. But that is a lot of how I understand my work at the channel is to make more communists so that those communists can make the party that we need. Then the party can take these efforts over from there. And I'll just join that party at that point. That'll be nice. What I don't want to do is prematurely tell everybody, hey, go join this particular party that I have no control in. Then that party, due to reasons completely beyond my control, collapses or turns out to be a sex cult. And then, all of that just goes down the drain. No. If you want to join a party based on your own investigations of that party, join the party. I can share what people have shared with me. That's about as far as it goes. But as I've said, I don't want to endorse a party because, and that includes APL, as I've said, and I think they understand that because they are their own thing. Something terrible could happen inside of that party, then the entire effort here would go, down the drain. I don't want to do that. I'd rather this stay a broad-based network. I'll let you all figure out what that party is going to be. You study the work, you become good communists who read, normal communists who read. You will go out there, make the networks, you will form the party, impress me. No, I mean, really, impress the other communists. Let's do some good organizing. Let's build the thing we need to build. And I think we will all recognize it when we see it. I hate being told I'm a Trotskyist for even the mildest criticism of China. People who defend China, and this was one of the things where the China defenses started wearing real, and I shouldn't say China defenses because it's not China, it's Dengism. Where the defense of Dengism and the CPC upholding it come in, is it started just wearing so thin because there's so many just insults and things like that. This is, I find especially true with CPUSA. You criticize CPUSA, you get the worst kind of cult-like groupthink, just honestly sad responses from people. It's so tired, just kind of laughable. So, I mean, the criticism, it can be very harsh at first, that if you're not really sure of what you're talking about because you haven't studied that much, it might give you pause. And that's what it did for me for the first year or two. And after that, I was like, no, look, I've read enough stuff. I know that what you're saying is bullshit. But, you know, that criticism can be pretty fierce, or the defenses in their hostility. The hostility can be pretty fierce. You know, people just have to read more. That's what I find. It's the people who haven't done the reading. They're like, well, I don't know who's right. I haven't done the reading. You do the reading for 2 or 3 years, you're like, clearly this is not correct. China seems to be in a permanent socialism in 10 years mode. So part of the problem is they came up with what they call the primary stage of socialism. That to me is the linchpin, the keystone to socialism with Chinese characteristics, is they're in the primary stage of socialism. The problem, they made that up. That's not a thing. That's not a thing in Marxism. And that they will have to be in the primary stage of socialism for like 100 years. How will we know? I don't know. I don't know that they have ever published objective criteria for like, how do you know when the primary stage is over? Seems very just vibes based. But that, I think, fallacy of primary stage of socialism is what Dengism hinges on. So attack that more. See where that gets in your online discussions. I think that primary stage of socialism needs a lot more criticism because that's what it all revolves around. China's pulling out their U.S. bonds. I wonder what happens when capital is really in crisis and the U.S. really can't support false democracy anymore. Will there be a 2008 type rescue? I don't know what they're going to do. I mean, I think that the rise of Trump shows that they're building up the right wing to be violent in a way that the U.S. has always tried to keep this mask on. Obviously, the U.S. has been very violent since its inception, even prior to its inception. But they're getting violent in a new and modern way with all this right-wing justification for it. I don't know how far that's going to go, but they seem to clearly want that as a tool in their toolkit for sure. What we've seen with the ICE raids and occupations of cities is a new stage of how far they're willing to be openly violent. You know, I would expect more of that, and it's not a good thing. And they you know, it's like they launch invasions of other countries or bombings of other countries, kidnappings of leaders on the weekend so that the stock market doesn't have like a knee-jerk reaction to it. They're really very conscious about it is the point. It's extremely concerning because I think that they are being as strategic as they possibly can. You know, as much as Democrats like to say, you know, Trump is incompetent, we need the competent fascists in there. I think that he's about as, you know, well, the Republican Party as a whole, they're actually very competent and they're being as strategic as they possibly can be, given that, you know, what the basis of fascism is, given that the tasks that they have to accomplish are hugely unpopular and fly in the face of stated U.S. values. Obviously, like the reality of U.S. values is quite different, but that they have to now give this kind of right-wing fascist overhaul to what the U.S. is supposedly about. And it's not really going that well, but they are trying anyway. Yeah, I don't know. It's extremely concerning. They also, both winters, have done huge assaults on people in the winter. Like January was the big month of these ICE, you know, shooting people in the streets kind of stuff. It's when people are like already at a low point and then they kick them when they're down. It's like they're really waging a war. It's like when will the people have the worst morale? Oh, January. Incidentally, that's the month when the most people die of natural causes. This is due to like lack of sunlight, cold temperature, everything else. But it's like people really are at a kind of low point in the winter. They're waging war against us. They're kicking us when they know we'll be at our weakest. I would just expect more of that until we end the system. A few years ago, the Deprogram guy said China was not socialist. Now they say it is. I missed the saying it was not socialist part. Is there like a link to episodes on that or something? The Deprogram used to be like what Hassan is for some people. I would always listen to them because I thought they were principled MLs, and they were pretty much always there. Well, we will see. That was not the impression I got from listening to them. I listened to 3 episodes in preparation for this, so. A huge part of why I'm not officially in CPUSA, I know they're not actually Marxist. New democracy involves the creation of a united front to combat feudalism. There are no more feudal countries, so the primary contradiction of landlords and peasants is obsolete. And like I said, that's just going to continue to be the case as the world develops. Yeah, people talking about tobacco. Tobacco is so bad for you. There's not really an upside. And it causes so many health problems. And alcoholism, same thing. What is your understanding of how the Communist Party of China functions in practice? That's a very broad question. I think it is wrong to say China is socialist primarily because China itself doesn't claim to be socialist. Yeah, that's not what I'm saying. Socialist yet, but rather building towards socialism with a Communist Party. Yeah, the problem is that I think that that's bullshit. I think that they're saying that and it isn't true. And that if they were serious about that, we'd see markedly different behavior. Or if they are building towards socialism, they're certainly acting like they're in no hurry about it. Do I react to stuff on here? No, I'm dead inside. Sometimes. Like I said, we might watch the last hour of that Deprogram video that I didn't get to. If we don't have China, then it means we have to start from the beginning is the exact argument someone recently made to me about China being socialist. Like, no, we did fail. Not to acknowledge that is to continue to fail. Well put. I think it's very disappointing China continues to do business with Israel. I'd say invalidating. Absolutely. I think it's very disappointing they continue to do business. Yeah. 5 years sober of weed and alcohol. Don't let them numb your mind, comrades. I am definitely more pro-weed than pro-alcohol. If you're going to do weed, though, do edibles. Just the particulate matter in your lungs thing is not good. Even that, use it moderately. There's people who take like 100 milligrams. Don't fucking do that. Don't do that. If you go into any kind of psychedelic use, you need, well, first of all, training in meditation helps so that you can actually have some kind of detached, calm orientation and insightful relationship to your own internal thoughts and emotions. So having a meditation practice, whether that's like a sitting thing, a lot of yoga is just kind of calisthenics, but like something that involves mental training, something also active like a Tai Chi or Qigong. Those can be really good, especially for people who can't sit still, and can be very calming and can be, well, I know for me when I started, it helped me I was very blocked emotionally when I started that, and really helped me put a lot of feelings into words. It helped me become a lot more articulate. Some of the S4A that today, this just would not be possible had I not, had a meditation practice, because it just helped me put thoughts and feelings into words a lot better. Just find the word for whatever it was I was thinking or feeling. If you're going to incorporate any kind of psychedelic use, keep it mild to moderate. Certainly try to have a point to it too. Like if there's some emotional work you're doing, cannabis can definitely help bring up emotional things. On the other hand, if you take too much of it, or you're doing work on things that you're not really prepared to handle, or you don't have support to handle, you can just end up re-traumatizing yourself if you're bringing up bad memories. So there needs to be much more, education about psychedelics. Cannabis not being a classical psychedelic like, acid or mushrooms, but these are powerful things that used correctly can be really helpful actually in speeding up people's, just personal growth, like emotional freedom and mental freedom. But, it's dose, set, and setting. The dosage you take matters. What you take matters. Your mindset going into it, your facility with letting things go mentally, Otherwise, it can just like amplify things and kind of like drive you nuts, and stress you out. And then I think that's where people start just taking more and more and more, which can, and people can get into a hole that way, get really bad anxiety, or just it'll just be bringing up emotions or thoughts that you can't deal with. Can't deal with them under normal consciousness, and then they get amplified on a psychedelic. So your mindset, and then the setting that you take them in. Are you in a good place? Are you in a bad place? Are you feeling secure? Are you feeling really under threat, vulnerable, and attacked? So dosage, set, and setting matter. And yeah, like I said, practicing meditation for a couple of years definitely helps. You can get just a lot of insight out of that before you add in any chemicals to it. But yeah, alcohol is just, I would say, purely destructive. Alcohol and tobacco, there's really no upside. Yeah, but like I said, I think there is potential benefits of cannabis or other psychedelics, but in the right hands, it takes some kind of more advanced like training to handle them correctly. And yeah, of course, alcohol and tobacco, highly addictive. Would it be accurate to say that fascism is also a dictatorship of and over capital? Not over capital, absolutely not. Of capital, yes. It's the most nakedly reactionary face of advanced finance capital, which is financial and industrial capital fused. So this is something that occurs in the imperialist period, advanced monopoly capitalism, in other words, and it's like the most reactionary open tyranny of capital. People sometimes confuse, we don't have a democracy, we have dictatorship of capital. The dictatorship of capital means that capital overall is in charge. It can have a democratic face. The dictatorship of capital, which is another way of saying the class rule of capital, can have a democratic face. They can have elections, or they can have a more dictatorial and tyrannical face, a fascistic face. It's still capital in charge either way. But no, fascism is not over capital. That's capital rules fascism. Thoughts on indigenous role in a socialist system? I don't really know what you mean, except that where oppressed nations have gotten the most rights is definitely under socialist countries, not capitalist countries, for sure. I mean, capitalism is going to turn into fascism under stress. How do they handle, they get the chauvinistic ultranationalism, and they're all about crushing oppressed nations to make themselves feel better, to make the population feel superior and to steal resources and all the other things that they do. So, no, I mean, indigenous people, and yeah, look back to Lenin and the Comintern in the 1920s. There was always a serious role outlined for communists to play in the anti-colonial movement and national liberation movement. And what the USSR was able to do in terms of national rights for oppressed nationalities, huge compared, look at what the US does, or something like that. It's, and even in what is now called the United States, there were like a couple of major competing colonial powers: British Empire, French Empire, Spanish Empire, Portuguese to some extent, but then also the fourth being the sort of second phase of the British Empire, which became the USA. USA was by far the most tyrannical. Even compared to the Brits, the US was way more brutal and canceled a lot of treaties, or just like overrode the treaties that indigenous people in what is today the US had with the British Empire. French, from what I understand, and again, these are all colonial powers, not like that they're good, but seen discussion of kind of ranking the brutality of each. It kind of went in order of like US, Brit, French. So in a lot of ways, North America kind of got the worst of it. But yeah, and not very good indigenous rights in the system for sure. So would be much stronger because Marxism-Leninism is has a much better developed theory of rights of oppressed nations. I use edibles to manage some chronic pain and a lot of emotional trauma. I think it's worth distinguishing that the use of drugs has value in some people's life and is not just a general ill. yeah, like I said, cannabis, I do think that there is some use for, and especially for chronic pain, where a lot of, there's some, it depends on your physical condition. Sometimes there's like physical exercise you can do. People should, of course, do whatever kind of stretching or physical toning that they can, to help manage chronic pain. Also, things that they can do with diet. These tend to be more like marginal, like 10, 15, 20%. There's a lot of people that have pain that just need some kind of medication because it's really, you can do the stretching, meditation, avoid inflammation, like eating inflammatory foods and things like that. Do something like juicing where you're getting a lot of like green vegetables into your diet, a lot of anti-inflammatory foods, things like that. Sometimes you just still need medication. And there, your pain management a lot of times is between something like an opiate or cannabis. I mean, opiates, highly addictive, hugely destructive. People who get addicted to painkillers consistently rank themselves as worst as far as quality of life. Cannabis, though, can actually help give you emotional insight, again, especially if you're either in some kind of good therapy or have, meditation, or even if you just do a lot of good journaling, but are really in touch with your feelings, in other words. There's a lot of chronic pain. I mean, your chronic pain might come directly from an accident. There's also chronic pain that is a physical form of emotional pain. And we know this because people who have emotional trauma tend to have a lot more physical pain. You feel worse, and it's like emotions just like hardening into physical pain in your body. And to the extent that something like cannabis can help you get at the roots of that, even if it is uncomfortable at first, and that's why you need the support, much better than an opiate, I would say, for sure. Ed Zitron's coverage of the AI bubble has been really good, I agree. What's kind of funny about him is he sort of ends up sounding a little bit like a socialist despite not being one, just because he studied a lot of finance to do his coverage. Yeah, I think somebody like that is probably in the end going to be susceptible to communist messaging the more that we can build this up. I kept fighting commenters in the Deprogram video about the little genocides China loves funding in Israel, Sri Lanka, Rohingya, and about how they forgot about a pillar of socialism, which is solidarity, leaving Cuba to rot with no say. Yeah, by the way, support Cuba. Cuba's being extra blockaded right now. There's flotilla to Cuba. What was the website I was looking at that? I think it's Let Cuba Live. Scrolling through my Blue Sky because I know I was retweeting something on that pretty recently. Getting there. Here we go. LetCubaLive.info/donate. That's the fundraiser that I have seen a link for. Okay, back to the chat. Comrade, this strategy you're outlining is petty bourgeois revolutionism. Waiting for the masses to take up Marxism-Leninism because their living conditions are getting worse, and worse is not going to work. End of comment. Am I waiting, or am I actively uploading content trying to influence that on a day-to-day basis? I just don't think we have that's ultimately the job of a communist party, to do the agitation, education, and organizing. We just don't have it. Your comment is not representative of what I'm doing, and it's not representative of how I'm thinking, and it's an incomplete thought. If you want to finish that, I'd be happy to continue to respond, but there's not... What you're saying I'm doing is not what I'm doing. I have spent the last 6 years doing thousands of hours of teaching people Marxism-Leninism and encouraging them to get organized to form the party that we need. What part of that is waiting because living conditions are getting worse? What about that is not going to work, and what needs to be done instead? Lay it out for me. What about an economic crash would prevent an uneasy escape for those businesses and governments? I don't really understand the question. I mean, what we had in 2008 was a major crisis of credibility for capitalism. People were told socialism was done, capitalism was it, and that capitalism was stable and it wasn't having problems anymore. And then boom, tons of people losing their house, their job, lives getting upended. And a couple years later, you got Occupy. These were the early stages of people getting class consciousness. Then Bernie Sanders, and, continuing that, but feeding it into the Democratic Party. I think eventually we're going to get to a point where people get tired of these. And again, through the help of people like what we're doing here, like what a lot of the commenters are active in their communities, is agitating, educating, and organizing people about why capitalism is just going to keep doing this and why they need to get organized against it. So, I mean, I don't know what you mean by uneasy escape, but it's going to create another crisis of credibility where capitalism has to get very defensive about why it should continue to exist. People are going to say, this is, the third major economic crash in my lifetime, third once in a lifetime crash in the last 20 years. We're tired of this and we're looking for alternatives. And I remember in the wake of 2008, seeing, Richard Wolff stuff becoming popular. Richard Wolff has a lot of shortcomings, but it was a big step up compared to what a lot of the political discourse was in the 2000s. And it will just continue, and we have to keep pushing it to get more and more exact. People need to be more and more openly communist and teach people about that. As Nerd JPEG says on Blue Sky, tip of the hat, talking about communism with your friends is normal. Just talk about it. Talking about communism is normal. Just do it, Anyway, I hope that gets to part of your question. If not, the beauty of chat is you can just write another question. I see a debt spiral on the horizon for the U.S. The war is going to make inflation go wild. The dollar is already a disaster right now. The U.S. needs to service its staggering debts, but that will fuel inflation also. And it really can't afford to raise interest rates or the market will cool down. That will be disastrous, with the cost of living being on a knife's edge. They can't, and remember, Bidenomics was all about telling people everything's great when there's a massive, that was at the peak of the housing bubble. They're like, the economy's great, actually. People are like, there's little, shacks that should be like $75,000 going for $250,000. What are you talking about? Everything's fine. We're living in an unprecedented housing market crisis. Just to name one example, like let alone groceries. And rent, of course, followed. Rent hit $2,000 a month on average. $2,000 a month on average. I mean, gone are the days where you could just get a little, I remember living in a little hovel for like $700, 2-bedroom, $700 in the 2000s. And even into the 2010s too, but it's like, you just can't get that anymore. That apartment is going for like crazy amounts of money. They can't afford to maintain the current pace, but they can't afford to slow down either. It sounds like some bubbles are going to pop real soon if that's the case. Yeah. And I was talking about how AI is keeping that afloat. Like if you take AI out of the stock market, it's already heading into recession right now. If you take investments in computer equipment out, it's already going in. So as soon as that dries up, which this has to be the year, we've been looking at this going, how much longer can they push this? They have been delaying the recession and delaying, like they basically made recession illegal. It's like, there cannot be a recession. There cannot be a price correction. There cannot be a crash. Why do you think they're doing that? They're terrified of another 2008, but worse. They're terrified of the loss of credibility. They had to roll out the Tea Party after 2008. They don't have another Tea Party to roll out at this point. Like the Epstein files are making clear that the Tea Party was kind of a hijacking. It was the new face of the Republican Party. It was kind of a hijacking of the existing conspiracy research underground, a lot of which was saying that there were, cover-ups of, it's like all the eyes wide shut type of stuff. What the, elites, of course, we would identify them as capitalists, really get up to. It's this sort of like, corrupt world of, it's all is not so wholesome behind the scenes of the people who run the system, etc. They hijacked that, turned it into, and brought back some real weird old reactionary stuff like prohibitionism and stuff like that. These people came out of the woodwork and were brought out of the woodwork with donor money to become the new face of the Republican Party after 2008. They hijacked the conspiracy research world, dumbed it way down, put Sarah Palin at the head of it. This is when Alex Jones started going mainstream. Who Alex Jones is like kind of like the Hassan Piker of the right, and conversely, Hassan Piker kind of the Alex Jones of the left, where people he would say some things that were like people agreed with, but then would do a bunch of like really shady stuff too that people are like, oh, this guy's not for real. I see a lot of Alex Jones and Hassan Piker. The content is different. The dynamic is the same. Anyway. And then the Tea Party becomes the birther movement, which becomes MAGA. Well, now we see from the Epstein files, these people who are like the new gurus of that entire thing, they're the ones that everybody in the conspiracy thing was talking about in the first place. But they have nowhere to go after this. I don't see the right coming up with like a new... Trump is it. Trump is Mr. Epstein files. And this is the kind of thing that the right whole conspiracy base was all about forever. Turns out he's like, patient zero of all this stuff. And he's leading the movement to quote unquote uncover it. There's no coming back after that. Now, I don't think all those people are just going to become socialists, but I think that will definitely put a hard limit on how much more road that political project has at that point. So, yeah, I plan to do more on the Epstein files too. There's gold in them hills. Anyway, where were we on this comment? I forget what we were even talking about. Oh yeah, talking about the AI bubble. I mean, they're screwed. They're between a rock and a hard place for sure. And when this thing goes, they're terrified. They're terrified. I think they're out of moves. Like, beyond just ICE occupations of every city for just pure naked terror where you can't think about anything else except, am I going to get shot going to buy groceries? It is very much the Alex Jones, like, martial law in the United States, and it's coming to you from the Alex Jones-backed candidate, Donald Trump. And that his whole party. I mean, the Republican Party is not fundamentally any different here. He's just the chosen face of it, Mr. Sleaze. This is it. This is the fascism. So yeah, they're terrified of another 2008 because they know we got Occupy, we got the whole 1% versus 99% thing. We got the stirrings of some class consciousness here. And then they sent out Bernie Sanders to play the sheepdog. These things are running thin. Yes, of course they're still going to trick some people, but they're fooling fewer and fewer of us. People who were in their 20s and 30s then are, maybe in their 40s and 50s now. We remember, and we still got plenty of life left, So I think that there's a big window of opportunity. There's a window of catastrophe opening up for imperialism, and there's a big window of opportunity opening up on our side. We got to make the most of it, which is why I'm out here trying to help people do the reading, navigate the social media, form that party again. I would love to hear how this is petty bourgeois revolutionism. Really, come back to me. I beg you. Finish your comment. China invaded Vietnam in the 80s as well, yeah. Is a what-if question a materialist one? It depends. I mean, are you basing the speculation of the what-if on an existing material analysis? Yeah, for sure. I mean, we're not mechanical materialists. There's not just set outcomes of things. Having a dialectical materialist approach means that you understand that although we're rooted in material causality, things do take on a life of their own. They have an internal life and can interact dialectically. They form relationships. It's not just mechanical, A knocks over B, then hits C. There's a relationship between these things and pushback between the things based on the interest that each of those elements form. So, I mean, a what if question can be a materialist one if it's rooted in, materialist. If you're asking the question from a place of like, here's my understanding from a materialist analysis of this question, what if this happens, which is likely. One thing I would encourage people to think about is when you're looking at a scenario, think in terms of probabilities. Think because there's a lot of things that are possible but not probable in a given scenario. Look at what's probable and then just realize even the thing that's most probable. So, you could look at an outcome estimate a particular outcome is like 70% probable. Okay, it's not guaranteed. It's just the most likely thing. You know what I mean? But yeah, I adopted that long ago. Thinking in terms of probabilities is a great, shortcut to thinking more accurately in less rigid terms about what's going on, and can open you up to see the dialectical relationships between elements in play that you're trying to analyze. Does anyone have good resources on the growing AI speculation bubbles like the one leading up to the '08 crash? There's so many. Look at Ed Zitron, Zitron. There's so many. There's so many analyses. I feel like that's all I watch now is like videos about the AI bubble. Like everyone is talking about the AI bubble. OpenAI is not profitable, not a profitable company. The investors are starting to go, when do we get our money back? OpenAI is not the only company, but it's definitely sucked up a lot of the investment money, and they have no real plan to become profitable anytime soon. And no, there's tons of videos about that, tons. Just start looking. I mean, I'm happy to, if you DM me one or two that you liked and ask me if you think it's a good one, could do that. Stalin was right when he said that we'd be living in the age of darkest reaction if the Soviet Union fell. Welcome to the darkest age of reaction, and welcome to the movement to end the darkest age of reaction. Yeah, by the way, if you do get into any kind of meditation, stay away from the like magical idealist stuff that you don't want any kind of like new agey stuff. What it's good for is calming the body, improving balance, and helping open up your insight on your own subconscious that you might be blocking in your normal state of consciousness. But there's a lot of weird stuff, like mystical things that people get into as far as like, the secret or like manifesting or like, your thoughts will come true. I would stay away from that. However, it can be very good for just sort of getting a clearer mind to read your own thoughts and feelings and then put them into words to yourself so that you can understand where you're coming from. A lot of times people are really like at war with themselves internally because they just haven't really come to accept something about themselves. Meditation can definitely help quiet you down and make you not fight yourself so much. So it can be good for that. It can just kind of make you open your eyes. It can calm you down to a point where you can see reality more clearly, I would say. And that can be of huge help for self-healing, whether emotional or whatever, and just kind of getting yourself kind of back, reorganizing your mind, your life. And that's only going to help your social consciousness. But yeah, stay away from like the manifesting and stuff like that. That's really weird idealism and kind of reactionary, actually. Anti-materialist. Has anyone else noticed a rise of quote-unquote religious communists online? They claim that religion and Marxism-Leninism are not opposites but can be reconciled. Yeah, I think Hakim does that. I mean, he was out there promoting like everybody should go read the Quran, not to like understand a culture better, but just because it's like a great book that's going to like teach you the truth about life. Yeah, get away from religion. Religion is awful. Really, like get away from that. Religion is overall very reactionary and is just going to give you a wrong understanding of the world. Science. You want science. Okay, you want science. It is almost funny that Khrushchev was rightfully scolded by Mao for peaceful coexistence, only for China to do a complete 180 and do the same thing 50 plus years later. I would say way worse. What China's doing is way worse than what even Khrushchev was doing. But that's because by now, Khrushchev still had to play to a kind of revolutionary audience. Revolutionary communism has been like stamped out of the world, where China's just like, we're doing development. That's what socialism means. Where is the new socialist camp most likely to appear in the world? Africa? Honestly, I have no idea. I think if there were socialist revolutions in Africa, what would they be? I mean, why aren't there more? Again, there's a lot going on there. Things, not that the questions don't have answers. I don't have time. We're already 2 hours into the stream. I want to get onto the China thing, but good question. Yeah, dialectical materialism and idealism cannot be reconciled. Absolutely. I remember an interview that Hakim did with Marxism Today when he said there's no such thing as Hoxhaism, Titoism, or Dengism. I would, stop listening to somebody saying things like that are very obviously untrue. I don't know Hakeem, and I don't know where he's coming from on that stuff. I just know him like you do as a personality on the YouTube saying things over the speakers, but like that is wildly wrong. Wildly wrong. I don't know him, and I don't know where he's coming from on that. But I would say it's not correct. China has ceded too much to the bourgeoisie and capitalism to do socialism. They're pretty far into this hole at this point. I've never once seen a convincing argument for how someone can maintain a dialectical materialist outlook while also wholeheartedly endorsing a religion. It always boils down to some kind of liberal live and let live crap. I second that. We Somalis will lead the African Revolution. Would love to see it. Full support. Hey, do you have recommendations for Somali socialist texts or anything, histories that I could read? Religion is anti-materialist and so by definition cannot be reconciled with the materialist theory of Marxism. Religious people can become non-religious, whereby their religion becomes mere culture and they become materialists, but that's very different. Yes. Religion can help you understand questions about life after death. Think about what you just said. Life after death. Death is the end of you. Like, life exists because it is a complex phenomenon of living cells, self-organizing matter, with behavioral directives that have evolved over countless generations. And we have consciousness because we evolved a nervous system capable of generating consciousness. When your nervous system dies, you die. What is life after death? Does dialectical materialism do that? Life is a material phenomenon. Religion, and is this assertion, religion can help you understand questions about life after death. If religion is telling you there's life after death, they're lying. When you die, you die. You have any evidence to the contrary? Do you care? I'm going to quote the atheist experience here. Do you care if your beliefs are true? If you don't care if your beliefs are true, religion is great because they don't have any evidence. There's no like falsifiable claims there. There's no way to determine if what religion is saying is true or not. It's unfalsifiable. If you don't care if your beliefs are true, go ahead, get into religion. Because it's just a matter of faith. If you care if your beliefs are true or not, go towards science and go to things that there is evidence of. I'm so tired of the religion convention. I'm not tired of fighting for atheism. I actually super enjoy it. I fucking hate religion like you wouldn't believe. It does not offer anything positive to the world today. Anything religion offers can be done better by secular forces. Anything. In fact, religion will actively suppress findings from psychology and social science in general to just keep promoting their fucking nonsense. I'm a Scientologist Marxist. Comrade Hubbard understood one thing the Soviet Union never could, having a good navy. If I have a religion, it's comedy. Comedy will fix your problems. No, it won't. But you'll have a better time with them. No, comedy's got me through some tough times. In the end, you do, like I said, in the end, you got to meditate. You got to face yourself. That's what meditation really helps you with. It's self-knowledge, self-mastery. It's confrontation with self, but a peaceful and calm confrontation with yourself. That it's about getting yourself into the mindset where you can actually engage with yourself honestly, like in an honest way. That's how you have real growth. That's what meditation is good for. Comedy can definitely help, though, because some of it's rough. I remember when I first went through when I took up meditation in a big way, I went through a major tough time because it was like suddenly I was dealing with stuff that I really had not processed, that I kind of like blocked out of my mind for 5 or 10 years about my life, social life, personal life, family life, whatever. All these uncomfortable things I just hadn't wanted to face. And then like in a 6-month period, they wound up kind of all coming up because my mind was like, hey, you really got to think about this stuff and like grow from these insights and learn from it. And it was really hard. It was like all the stuff I hadn't been wanting to face for a long time. The meditation for me helped me get into a mindset where I actually could deal with it. You know, like I could actually face it. And made me a better person. I felt a lot freer after that. It was tough, but I felt a lot freer. And you know what? Religion, it just keeps you back. That's actually what the word religion means. It's ligare, is to tie. So re is back. Religion means to tie back. Yeah, don't do that. Thoughts on using old technology for coordinating the revolution? I don't know. Use whatever works. I don't really care. Retro tech. If it works, so be it. I don't care. I do not have strong thoughts on that. Oh, by the way, that reminds me. I haven't really been using Discord. So there were people I had conversations going with on Discord ever since the whole like age verification and all that. I apologize because sometimes we had good conversations going on Discord with certain people. Try DMing me on some other service, whether Blue Sky and Patreon are what I read the messages on the most. So if you were trying to get in touch with me on Discord, I really haven't been checking it. That's why I changed my status on Discord to not using Discord. I saw a lot of people were still messaging me anyway, but not using Discord is kind of more of like a blanket thing. So if you want to keep that going, I have DMs on Reddit, but like I really don't read them. Also Substack. I don't really use Reddit at all anymore, but Substack, like I just kind of post and get out of there. I don't hang around and browse. Blue Sky or Patreon DMs are kind of like what are the best for me right now. Anyway, Lenin had the best take on religion as far as being opposed to militant atheism. That's not true. So communists are expected to be militant atheists, and that is the core audience here is communists or people trying to become communists. Yes, you are supposed to be a militant atheist if you're a communist. The society as a whole is not expected to be that, although all public funding should be cut for religion. Okay. Something China is still more or less getting right, as far as, they have done, I would say, retreats from socialism. They've managed to hold on to that. But, they were never rooted in one of the like big monotheistic traditions. So, had that going for them. They had things like Buddhism and Taoism, but, there's like parts of Buddhism that are very mystical and idealist. There's other parts of Buddhism that are more like, almost like just liberation psychology or something like that. Like less theistic, in other words. There's parts of Buddhism that definitely, take the soul seriously and reincarnation of a non-material element seriously. Things like that. Also, Taoism. You can have there's branches of Taoism that are more materialist and are just sort of like being in harmony with the seasons. There's also parts of Taoism that are somewhat more influenced by Buddhism that are like about reincarnation and kind of weird, regressive things about like men and women. But, I think with some of those things, it's what you make it. But, no, militant atheism is absolutely what we expect from communists. Why? Because communists are supposed to use dialectical materialism. You can't be religious and use dialectical materialism. Why? Because if you're religious, you believe God's in control. You believe an immaterial entity ultimately has say over reality, and, there's miracles or whatever else. That's incompatible. So, because ultimately any material effect could be explained by a non-material cause. God, an angel, a spirit, whatever, that's not materialist. You're talking about things that are not material having influence on reality. And somebody's going to come up with some weird thing like, oh, what about this sect? They believe this, it's somewhat compatible. Just stop. You get the point. Stop trying to make these weird edge cases. You know exactly what's being said here. And the thing is that your religious faith at some point is going to come into conflict with materialist analysis. And which is going to win, And people ask me this in the comments, and it's like, do you get tired of asking this? Because I definitely get tired of answering it. It's such simple logic. If you believe that God or spirits or angels or whatever rule the world, congrats. You believe that something non-material can have huge effects on the world. And where do you draw the line? If you get real superstitious, you start seeing it everywhere, and then you're just delving into just pure like magical idealism. You must banish all this thinking from your mind. Care if your beliefs are true or not, and reject things, at least reject things as certainties that you don't have good evidence for. You can say that something's possible even if you don't have good evidence, but you can't take it as a certainty. I mean, getting comfortable with uncertainty is a big part of having a scientific viewpoint in the first place. You go toward what has the best evidence, but you understand that evidence changes and scientific theories have to be constantly revised. So yeah, somebody who's like a religious communist, at some point that faith is going to come into conflict with communism. And why are you hanging on to this outdated, outmoded piece of ruling class ideology from like centuries, if not millennia ago? Let it go. Let it go. The criticisms you mentioned of the Afghanistan Communist Party reminds me of an article that is a Maoist critique of the new communist movement in America and other failed pre-party formations, lacking mass support, leading to cultish cadre. Do you take article suggestions? And by the way, that is what I'm not trying to encourage, is cultish cadre. Trying to do the general, broad-based communist education and get people involved in their local activism, let you figure out the rest from there. Do you take article suggestions? Sure. I mean, I might just read it myself. I may not do it online. Doing a video takes probably about 4 times. If it's a 15-minute video, it takes at least an hour to prepare, let alone uploading it and, putting the description in and everything else. It's like a big production getting things online. Sometimes I just read it myself. All right, starting to maybe catch up with the chat. I really have no idea. At some point, I will just say we've done enough chat and I need to move on to the video, which is probably coming soon. I'm enjoying the chat, though, I have to say. Welcome everyone I haven't previously welcomed. I'm enjoying the chat. I'm also glad we're at the point where the chat can answer more of its own questions. I mean, I'm still responding to the ones that I really want to talk about, but I'm liking how many answers there are in the chat. This is very different than, a few years ago doing these and having 20 people in the chat. The most annoying thing about Marxism is people coming up with bullshit and saying it's just dialectics, bro. That's not really, they're not doing Marxism correctly. Marx would shred those people. I think the most likely outcome of the war is the death of American soft power in the Middle East. I mean, that's certainly Iran striking every country that is hosting U.S. bases is certainly making it very toxic to have, to be an outpost of U.S. influence for sure, and military power, which will probably lead to the death of the U.S. in the long term. Yeah, the U.S. has definitely staked a lot. Well, there's an old book. We used to talk about this a lot back in the 2000s, the anti-war movement, 9/11 truth movement. Zbigniew Brzezinski, The Grand Chessboard. And like the thesis of that book more or less was like whoever controls Central Asia controls, kind of the future of the 21st century. And definitely that was referenced a lot. Brzezinski was the advisor. He was an advisor to Jimmy Carter. And then his daughter's Mika on Morning Joe. Definitely looks like the U.S.'s influence in that region is under major challenge right now, and they may be losing it. And yes, that could definitely lead to the death of the U.S. They've staked a lot on that. This is one of those, like, they pull me back in. Every time I think I'm done with the comments, the cursor, like, jumps back up again as it loads, like, 100 new ones. I like the comments. I just can't read them all in a stream, but this is good. I want to be able to explain the world around me as clearly as you do. Not going to lie, one of my biggest motivators right now. Keep at it. It took me a long time to get to this point. I spent my 20s really, really looking for answers and going way out of my way to try to find them. And then, like I said, I found my way back to Marxism, as we're talking about. But it was many, many years of this. And part of what I'm doing with the channel is trying to abbreviate that process for people. Like maybe you can do in 4 or 5 years what it took me like 15 or 20 years to do. The fact that you are serious about studying this stuff, I think, is a huge advantage. Just study it, try to apply it to whatever analysis you can do. Ask real questions, and like a detective, like an investigator, just be dogged, track down every lead you get. Try to answer all the questions that you have until you don't have any more questions, or at least until you eventually come to a point where you kind of hit a plateau of like a phase is complete. You've answered all your questions in this phase, and then like a new phase of your education and growth begins. Just keep going like that. It is lifelong, but I do think you reach points where you're like, you can sufficiently talk about, you're fluent in something that 5 years ago you really had way more questions than answers about. You can do it. Education is a real thing. You can definitely improve your knowledge and skill set. Also write as much as you can. Writing really forces you to become a better writer, and of course read. And just keep trying to improve, keep asking questions. It took like 7 or 8 months after the 1973 oil crisis before the market returned to normal, but conditions were much more favorable back then. If the war ended tomorrow, then from the most Pollyanna of optimistic perspectives, the market is still going to have a rough time for the rest of this year, not accounting for the impacts on fertilizer supply, the need to repair and rebuild damaged oil infrastructure this time around, an over-leveraged market, interconnected bubbles in the market, the debt crisis, etc. That's funny. When I was briefly in the RCI in Britain, the Trotskyist thing, a member recommended me S4A with a caveat, be careful though. He's a Stalinist. Sounds like my kind of guy. Okay, so I just put on the screen, this is a Threads thread. Somebody posted, why are we bothering with the Strait of Hormuz when we could simply do this? Explain it to me like I'm 5. And then somebody did, mountain hard and big, water no up, many, many dig, dig. Well, in other words, they just drew a blue line across the main landmass, where the horn in the Strait of Hormuz is, kind of projecting out from and blocking. Why don't you just make a canal through that, and then you don't have to deal with the Strait of Hormuz? There's been a lot of parody of that, and there was even some guy named Harsh Goenka or something the guy's name is, and he's like, why can't we just do something like this? Serious question. They have no idea what they've gotten themselves into, like none whatsoever. And, there's been a lot of very funny parody of it where it's like me delivering the oil across this because it's it's all desert and mountain, and they put the thing from the Mad Max Fury Road of the big boss guy driving the truck. You're not going to make it. You're just not going to make it. It's too much of a distance. Also, the tanker ships are equivalent to like 25,000 trucks. So I mean, the water is how you're going to do it. They don't know what they've gotten themselves into. It's crazy. There's a reason why they have been talking about attacking Iran for so many years and have never done it. And then Trump, of course, is the one who volunteers to put his hand on the stove. UK politics is just spiraling so far right that it is extending everywhere, near as I can tell. I don't know if it's as bad in American left-wing movements, but I wouldn't be surprised. I think this was talking about transphobia. I mean, they call the UK Turf Island for a reason. It's particularly concentrated there. I don't know if the rise of the Green Party is going to help with that at all. I would say make the most of that opportunity that you can. Obviously, we're not going to stop being communists for the sake of the Green Party. However, it is an interesting development that the UK electorate is starting to move on from Labour in favor of the Green Party to oppose the right wing. I think that is not the end of the line. And communists need to keep agitating off of that. But also, I think it's a move to be welcome that people are discarding Labor. But we also don't want them to get stuck in another trap. So make the most of this movement that we can. We got to find our way back to a communist movement ultimately. But definitely make the most of this that you can for now. In whatever direction that is. But make the most of it. There's no way a revolution could start here on an island in the Caribbean, right? We would get crushed. I mean, there's Cuba. All the Caribbean member states would have to come together for us to even have a chance. Cuba. I don't know how Cuba was overlooked in that, but somehow it was. I wonder if Deprogram is just following the ebb and flow of China's popularity online. Entirely possible, but not a communist move for sure. Deprogram was only okay from the get-go. If they ever had anything decent, I'd only say it's in their first 50 or so episodes. They were never great, but it really went downhill from there. And for reference, they're on episode 223, so that's a lot of really bad episodes, I guess. Oh God, Hassan Piker. I watched his stream out of boredom for a week. He is the whiniest streamer. He acts like his audience are just idiots when they question him. Well, that's what he's a Democrat. That's what the Democrats do. That's the only move that they have, is just talking down to people. How dare you? How dare you question the party? How dare you demand something from the party? How dare you? You know, you're an idiot for even asking it. You're an idiot for thinking it. This is part of why the China defenses, CPC defenses started wearing on me. It's the same shit. And then, you know, people, of course, made the point that it's like, well, CPC, or CPUSA anyway, is like sort of an extension of the Dems anyway. Of course, they're going to act like that. But not that Hassan is CPUSA. He's not. But no, that's how Democrats act. He's a Democrat. People need to stop, and I'm not saying this to you. In general, there's like a huge thing on Blue Sky, which, you know, Twitter today is like Nazi bot site. If you want to fight with right-wingers, go fight with them on Twitter. That's what you can do on Twitter. Go fight with right-wingers. On Blue Sky, it's much more fighting with Democrats and assorted liberals. And personally, I prefer, I've done my share of arguing with right-wingers for a while. The Democrats, it's really interesting. I mean, a lot of Democrats are straight out right-wingers, but there are some liberal ones that are so close to getting it. And to me, that's, you know, I want to see what we can do with that. If we can deliberalize some of these people, that would be great. Also, I can just kind of hear myself think a lot better on Blue Sky. So that's why I tend to use it. I don't use Twitter anymore. Well, the final straw for me was when Elon Musk was like in the White House. Yeah, I'm not going to use the social media of the guy who's like having Trump do Tesla car commercials out on the White House lawn. Anyway, that seemed just like bad OPSEC at that point. Like you're posting on this guy's site, he's like in the White House. Anyway, what were we talking about? Hassan Piker and CPUSA. I don't even remember, but that's how people on Blue Sky act because they're Democrats. And there's this thing of people going, when are the Democrats going to do this? Never, because that's not what the Democratic Party is paid to do. Hope this helps. But apparently these people just need to hear that about 50,000 times before it sinks in. So, you know, there's I shout out to my Blue Sky comrades there, Vembo, all kinds of good folks over there doing the daily grind of telling the liberals what they need to hear. Tell the people the truth. The Democrats are never going to do it. You can stop waiting. When are the Democrats going to oppose fascism? Never. That's not their job. You waiting around for them to start opposing fascism means you're part of the problem. And now I'm sure you don't want to be part of the problem. Stop being part of the problem. You know, it's like, when am I going to get blood out of this stone? It's not coming, man. Stones don't have blood in them. Democrats, similarly, do not have anti-fascism in them. That's not what they do. They're paid by the 1% to be the Washington Generals to the Republicans' Harlem Globetrotters. What's the objective? Defend capitalism at all costs. And that includes fascism. Fascism is a defense of capitalism. Anyway, join the chorus today of like telling the liberals, stop waiting for the Democratic Party. But anyway, yeah, that's Hassan. He's just like that. How can communists make sense of the Epstein files? Is the Trump administration releasing part of the files as releasing the files as part of a is the Trump administration releasing part of the files part of a demoralizing tactic? I don't think so. I mean, they're really dragging their feet on releasing them. And then they even sometimes try to delete some of the stuff that they have released. There's a huge, huge amount of files that they have not released. I don't think that they want to release them. I truly do not. I think that the Democrats get on board with trying to release them as far as like they think it'll just hurt the Republicans more than it hurts them. I don't think anybody really wants it out. The Democrats they just think it's going to hurt Trump. And so there's a lot of like dyed in the wool blue MAGA people who they really sincerely hate Trump, Like, whatever you want to say about the blind spot that they have for Biden and Kamala and all that, fair. You know, I'm right there with you, and I'll tell it to their face as well. And in fact, do on a daily basis on Blue Sky. Well, I'm not on Blue Sky daily, but you get what I'm saying. Whenever I get the opportunity, I tell them that. But some of these people, they legitimately hate Trump, and they just want the Epstein files to come out because they hate Trump, and everyone assumes it's going to hurt the Democrats less. I'm all for it. I think that there's stuff in the Epstein files that are, it's hard to look at that stuff and not be like, the system needs to come down. And again, communists need to keep making the point. This isn't about one party. This is about an entire system. Anyway, seems like it's a losing scenario because now everyone knows the capitalist class are pedophiles. I would say they're not necessarily pedophiles. They are child rapists, but they're not necessarily pedophiles. This was a distinction I was drawing on social media. This conversation may go over some people's heads. What's the difference? Pedophile is somebody who is like legitimately, I don't want to say legitimately like it's a legit thing to do. I mean that like sincerely they're attracted to children, which some people who are that way even recognize it's wrong and they never offend and they get treatment for it because they actually recognize it's morally wrong because children can't consent and all that. But they still feel that attraction, whether it's because of some trauma that they experienced or whatever. They feel that attraction. Some of them do offend. Some of them try not to offend, and they voluntarily get treatment for it. Child rapists, though, are people who rape children, whether they're attracted to them or not, because as we know, rape is a power thing. It's not about attraction. So I just try to make that distinction because why not make it a teachable moment? Anyway, now that everybody knows the capitalist class rape children in their spare time, yeah, though I see people say it means conspiracy theorists were right. I mean, they were kind of right. In some ways, maybe their politics are deficient, you know, but about that particular thing, they were right. So anyway, I mean, I see it. I don't really see a downside to it. I don't see it as demoralizing. I see a lot of people get pretty energized about it. And I think that the kind of, what I've seen from people who start looking into the Epstein files is more of a sense of like, holy shit, this is a lot bigger than I thought it was. That's how it started for me. That's how I ended up a communist, because you start going like, oh, my existing theory of politics, government, and the economy cannot account for this. And it challenges you to kind of like reshape your belief system. And that was a big part of, for me, like how the conspiracy thing, like it kept blowing my mind and challenging me to think bigger and bigger and bigger until I was thinking about the entire class struggle. And in fact, that even had it stopped short briefly, or like there was a step along the way where I thought I was done, where I was like, oh, it's about, you know, capital versus labor as far as like the labor movement and, you know, the radical labor movement in the US. And then I was like, oh, the international communist movement is even a step bigger than that. And that's what I've been on for like the last 10 years. And so it's like, okay, I finally get it. That's what communism is all about. It's like taking the labor struggle international to try to like, you know, take state power away from these people so you're not constantly fighting them and all that kind of stuff. So no, I think anything that gets people to think bigger and bigger and bigger, which I do think the Epstein files do, is a good thing, and I don't see it as demoralizing. Anyway, that's my current thoughts on that. Yeah, China both claims to be socialist and doesn't claim to be socialist. They say that they're in the primary stage of socialism, which is a thing that they made up. Are there any guided meditations that you recommend? Not really, but I would recommend taking like a Tai Chi or Qigong class. Qigong is similar to Tai Chi, but simpler. Like the movements are simpler. You can try some out online first, you know, too. Just find some, you don't really need to. The other thing like Tai Chi, it can be very complex choreography, you know, very complex movements. If you're having, I mean, if you like that, then go for it. If you're having trouble remembering all the movements, then just pick a simpler one, like a Qigong is usually some movement, but simpler. But basically you are aligning movement, breath, and visualization. And overall it has a very calming effect. You can really collect your thoughts, and you can deepen your relationship with yourself that way. You can kind of get to know more of what you're really thinking and what you're really feeling. Because we live in kind of a constant state of denial and conflict, and our world creates false consciousness and takes us away from ourselves. Doing some meditation, even a few times a week, can bring you back to yourself in a really helpful way, that you don't get as like off balance, being pulled off balance by external forces in your life. Sometimes even just having a very influential person in your life can kind of pull you away from yourself. And, the meditation can help you stay grounded. There's really just a lot of benefits to it. So, no, there's none in particular I'd really recommend, but just look around online, find something you like. You don't have to learn that's what I was trying to say. You don't have to learn like every complex form that there is. Just find 2 or 3 that you like, stick with those, learn those, practice those. Regular practice is a lot more important than like learning every form that there is, I would say. Let's talk Deprogram, the China episode. Everybody's been asking, since the beginning of the S4A live streams, we're on number 131 now. Finally, we're doing thoughts on China. And again, my study on this is still not complete. We're going to do some more China texts toward the end of this year. And then we're going to do the Hoxhaism versus Maoism thing even after that and into next year. So study is not complete on this. That said, the somewhat popular Deprogram podcast, which features fairly well-known socialist YouTubers, Hakeem, Second Thought, and Ugopnik, they did the China episode 222. I had a lot of people asking for some comments on that. Now, I don't watch the Deprogram normally, as I don't watch a lot of communist YouTube normally. So, yeah, I did what I could here to kind of try to catch up. What I listened to was I warmed up. I listened to episode 64, the China episode, But at What Cost, featuring Radio Free Amanda at Cat Content Only. And they talked about a number of topics related to China. I will cover as I took notes. Also, I listened to number 1, and I listened to that in its entirety. I also listened to, in its entirety, episode 183, Glazing China, which was intended, as the title suggests, not to be critical of China in any way, but just to highlight some positive things that China's doing. People say to me, oh, you hate China. No, I think China's doing a lot of good things. Just concerned what they're doing is not going to end up in socialism and could actually end up blocking socialism, as there's actually not been really any revolution since Dengism, more or less. So, yes, I do think China is part of that, part of why there haven't been. So I listened to that in its entirety, and then I listened to the China episode 222. Now, that's a very long episode. I think it's 2 hours and 20 some minutes. I listened to the first hour and a half, and I left about 55 minutes. Let me read you my overall thoughts. And then if we have time, I don't know, maybe we'll do chat, or maybe I'll play some of it. I'm not sure I'm going to play some of the hour that I didn't listen to. I jumped ship I'm just remembering this now. I left off at Ugopnik's, I thought, horrible analogy of a horse. The capitalist class can run your life, a horse cannot. Anyway, we'll get to that in the end if you don't know what I'm talking about. Here's what I found overall in these episodes. The Deprogram, and by the way, I do not want to beat up on these guys too much. They are bigger channels than I am, so I'm not punching down in that sense, but these are young guys, and I want to recognize that they're young guys who are going out there and doing a politics show, and it's become pretty high profile. I understand, like on Apple Podcasts, it's not as big as I thought it was going to be on YouTube, but I guess in some of the podcast rankings, it was really up there, at least for a while. So I respect that they're going out there and, trying to be entertaining and trying to be informative as well. That said, I did notice a lot of shortcomings that, from a communist perspective, there's a lot of revisionism in here, as we were talking about before. I believe JT of Second Thought is in CPUSA, and he probably has to, when speaking publicly, uphold a CPUSA line and not break Demcent. So this is another reason why not being in a revisionist party is a good thing. It's going to not constrain you to making, voicing revisionist opinions, which I definitely think that these are. So it's a mixed bag. For young guys, they are doing kind of a good thing. I definitely think they could work on some of the quality of the communism specifically. With regard to China, constant comparison to the USA rather than, let's say, to the Soviet Union. So In other words, they were responding to capitalist criticisms of China instead of communist ones. I felt like that was the general trend, especially in the number 64. But in general, yeah, I mean, it's really easy to compare China favorably to the US. The US being, I mean, it's elected Trump twice as president now, and there's a lot of horrific things going on in the US and its entire history. That's very obvious. And because it's so obvious, I'm not sure how much value is added by just making very obvious points of comparing China to the USA. If you are a communist, making criticisms that are more communist, I think would make more sense. That would also clue people in a lot more to how communists think. For me, what this channel is about is getting the education out there and bringing the level of the discussion up, raising the bar, as we've said, for the US left. Not just trying to be like, can you counter a Wall Street Journal article, but can you really discuss communism? Making real communists who are capable of forming a non-revisionist party and not, have it turn out to be total crap. So yeah, I think was a negative, the constant comparison to the USA rather than to, say, the Soviet Union, or responding to capitalist, very obvious criticisms instead of communist ones. There was another thing that I posted this on Blue Sky. Somebody else said, "Oh, I hated when they did that. I used to listen to them. That was one of the things that drove me nuts." They use this funny voice when using any kind of communist terms, which basically ridicules the use of a communist framework for evaluating the world. So anytime they would mention class forces or having a class analysis, they would use this voice, and it's like, aren't you just sort of mocking this terminology by doing that? I would really hope that they stop doing that, because it doesn't help. I think that's very negative. And I was discussing this earlier in the stream, but my thesis overall on China, if you want to know my basic thing on this, is that rather than splitting hairs on this or that issue, the behavior of the Communist Party of China overall, with all these questions, why are they doing this? This doesn't seem like it's socialist. Why are they doing this? Why are they doing that? These discrepancies, this behavior overall, is much better explained by the idea that they have retreated from socialism than by any other explanation. I think that the overall package of behavior over the last 50 years, since the Dengist turn, and even to a little bit under Mao too, since the mid to late 70s, is much better explained by the idea that they've retreated from socialism. It's the simplest and best explanation than by any other explanation. There's a lot of kind of mental gymnastics that come into play on the other explanations. And then if you explain one piece of it, you're not explaining another piece. The best overall explanation, to my mind, again, is still that they've retreated from socialism. So as far as this retreat from socialism, many 20th century communist parties, whether they kept the communist name or not, in fact did take a reformist turn toward the later 20th or early 21st century to become left or, quote, socialist parties. So it actually would be unusual in a sense for the CPC not to have done this. In other words, it was pretty common for 20th century communist parties to make some kind of a reformist, revisionist turn. And some of them kept the name communists while others didn't. So it's not such like a crazy idea that the Communist Party of China would do that, because why would they be immune to that? In a certain sense, don't overthink that. If it looks like capitalism and sounds like capitalism, maybe it's just capitalism, because a lot of these parties did go revisionist. So anyway, what does this turn mean? Depending on whether the country is in a pre or post-revolutionary state, parliamentary reform over revolution, the embrace of so-called mixed economies or market economies with welfare policies, and participation in center-left coalitions. And there's some exceptions to this, like the KKE in Greece is more of like an old school communist party that never had the social democratic turn. But these are like kind of the exception. So China taking this kind of a turn, even though it kept the name, not all that unusual, actually. All right, let's look at episode 64, China episode, But at What Cost, featuring Radio Free Amanda. The topics that they discussed here: Chinese debt trap diplomacy. Okay. I mean, yes, I think that that is overstated compared to like the kind of debt trap diplomacy that the IMF does. China undoubtedly offers better terms. Not really a communist criticism. That's more of like what the Wall Street Journal would say. The unconditional negative spin on anything that China does. In other words, like China did this good thing, but at what cost? Again, not really a communist criticism. All of this overall, the demonization of China makes people say no matter how bad things get in the USA, well, at least it's not China. No doubt, not really a communist criticism. Lifting people out of poverty. So you get the discussion of Xi Jinping's targeted poverty alleviation. Again, socialism is not when poverty is alleviated. The New Deal in the US was not socialism. It alleviated some poverty. Actually, the reason that they started doing that was because they were recognizing that there was a huge development disparity between the more rural and the urban regions. Something that, I mean, this goes back to Marx's comment about how under capitalism, the distinction between town and country was lessening and that socialism would completely do away with it. I mean, China, according to that, is very far behind in that sense, and so is actually very delayed in getting around to that point. So I don't know. The lifting people out of poverty talking point, I always felt like that's such a low bar. If that's what it's sort of like the Mamdani free buses thing. Like that's just not what we mean when we are talking about socialism, the end of class exploitation and things like that. Yes, socialism lifts people out of poverty. Socialism is not when you lift people out of poverty. Also demonizing China around COVID and demonization of traditional Chinese medicine. Part of stereotypes against Chinese people as barbaric and filthy. Actually, we're just talking about that in the food discussion. Yeah, I mean, they had a better COVID response. TCM has a lot of merits. It gets demonized over like the kind of stupidest things about TCM. That said, there's a lot of herbs that do a lot of good things for your health, way more than you'd realize. And TCM is a completely different way of understanding the body and understanding health. It obviously is dealing with the same human body, but it's a very different way of approaching the way that the body systems work together while acknowledging the same objective facts about the body, just approaching it differently. And yes, it does get slammed as barbaric and filthy. Or they will, critics will seize, people who are trying to demonize it in that way will seize on the fact in traditional Chinese medicine, which has been around for thousands of years, there is a system which is not dissimilar to things in other parts of Asia and the Middle East, where there's a system of energetics. So when it comes to the effects of substances, food, herbs, minerals on the body, they will talk about whether they're cooling, neutral, or heating. And basically over these thousands of years, they've categorized pretty much every thing that there is that you can possibly eat, including some things that are acknowledged as toxic, but will still be used in small amounts. Like hornet's nest is one that's acknowledged as toxic, but is also acknowledged as having like a use. Those aren't always used. And, the people trying to slam it as barbaric and filthy tend to just not really understand it in the first place. So yeah, I mean, not a communist criticism either. The freedom industrial complex promotes the message. This was a term Hakim introduced to describe all the right-wingers on Twitter, talking about how it's only good when US or EU factories come to a country to engage in some kind of industrial development, but never when Chinese ones are. Okay, again, not a communist. These are all things that right-wingers would criticize China for. And it has nothing to do with the question of socialism. It really, socialism did not come up really in this discussion at all. U.S. anti-communist propaganda in media, think tanks, and fake organizations are basically in the end about, which countries' factories are going to come to that country. I said socialism didn't come up. It came up in that context that there was U.S. anti-communist propaganda. But again, that propaganda doesn't really get to the substance of socialism. It's just kind of more like, these barbaric outsiders are going to take over your culture or something like that. It's not really about class struggle per se. And again, not a communist criticism. They talked about the general U.S. hypocrisy and double standards in framing Chinese government policy. Fair enough. The Falun Gong cult, which is like hugely reactionary and also behind those China before communism, like ballet things that you see pamphlets for sometimes in the U.S. Also, China Hype sells videos in the algorithms, like doubting the China Hype is suicidal, but promoting anti-China hysteria is good for videos. So yeah, I mean, this is mostly focused on non-communist criticisms. It's targeted at people reading corporate, imperialist, US, EU type news that demonizes China. Doesn't really get into the specifics of capitalism versus socialism. About the most that they got into this was when Radio Free Amanda said, quote, in Mao's time, the primary contradiction was class struggle, but in Deng Xiaoping's time, it was backward productivity. And under Xi, now it's uneven development. This is glossed over. None of the Deprogram guys engaged with this at all. I'm wondering what the chat has to say about that. Yeah, China Uncensored is Falun Gong, also the Epoch Times. So, yeah, anyway. There was not really a lot in there to talk about. The entire thing seemed to be aimed at people who mostly read, USA Today, Times, CNN, whatever, stuff like that. Mainstream U.S. news. So next up, episode 183, Glazing China. They started out by saying, this was just JT and Ugopnik, why don't you ever criticize China? Because a lot of people already are. And, I would say to that, but they're not criticizing it from a communist perspective so much. I mean, that would be, if our interest is in rebooting a communist movement and not just dragging out lingering 20th century revisionism, opening a window, getting an anti-revisionist breath of fresh air back into the room would be helpful, for sure. And you can do that in a way that doesn't just align with, Wall Street Journal talking points, because for sure the Wall Street Journal is not out there promoting socialism at all. So what did they talk about in this video? Green energy, Xi Jinping promoting a global power grid, China's space program, China's trains, Chinese EVs, Chinese self-driving cars and planes, medical and cancer research, the Tibet megadam, eco-restoration and afforestation. And then they just say at the end, balance this yourself with critical perspectives. That's on you, is what they said. Okay, I mean, yes, there are interesting things going on in China. Is that what anyone who's a communist is criticizing? Absolutely not. So the whole thing is kind of a dodge and a deflection. Now, episode 222 is the China episode. This was the recent one. What we really started with was to treat China as a real historical socialist project. That's a quote, with successes and failures. And, quote, China is a real socialist country with socialist democracy and anti-imperialist substance. But at the same time, it has deep structural flaws which cannot be hand-waved away without abandoning the concept of Marxism itself. Now, that doesn't sound that bad. Those are two quotes from the beginning of this episode. That doesn't sound that bad. What I found they actually did, and they took turns. JT went first, then Hakeem went, then Ugopnik, and then they kind of all started talking together. Like I said, I was not able to listen to the last hour of this, but just the first hour and a half. I think that was plenty, though, to get the picture. So JT started out with 9 bullet points with the assumption that, quote, China is a socialist state operating in what it describes as the primary stage of socialism. And then he's like, okay, is that all right? No complaining in the comments? Well, I have a complaint. So the primary stage of socialism is a bunch of nonsense. That is not found anywhere else in Marxism. It is something that the people around Deng Xiaoping thought up to justify his revisionism. So if you are upholding this idea of the primary stage of socialism, you're already not doing so well from a Marxist-Leninist perspective. So no, there is complaining in the comments. What is the primary stage of socialism? And you all out there listening to this can look it up. It is something that they said, and it's based off of a bastardized Mao quote. Mao, soon after their revolution in the mid-20th century, said China is currently in the initial stage of socialism. Well, no shit. They had just had their revolution. That wasn't like him trying to lay out a big stage theory or anything. But they took that quote because all of the Dengist revisionism leans on quotes from Mao, or at least quotes attributed to Mao, whether he actually said them or not, as, the political legitimacy foundation for their revisionism. Like, oh yeah, Mao actually came up with this. Did you know that? Oh no, I didn't. Yeah, well, because that's not really what he said. Or, or they twisted it or something like that. But the primary stage of socialism, what is that? Well, that's where the socialism is immature. So for like 100 years, they have to do capitalism. What? No, that's not a thing. That doesn't exist anywhere else in Marxist thought. And this coincided with them adopting foreign policy, which basically turned its back on the international communist movement. They stopped the funding of socialist revolutions and socialist-led national liberation movements that they had been doing. As a result, the growth of new revolutionary states stopped around this time, and especially came to a total halt after the Soviet Union fell 10 years later, a little over 10 years later, about 10 years later. So that was China bowing out. They also started working in the 70s with the United States to bring down the, quote, greatest threat to the socialist movement, which was the USSR. So they engaged with the US against the USSR, only to become something far worse than the USSR ever was at the height of its, quote unquote, social imperialism. When the USSR did become revisionist and did start acting in less than a perfectly internationalist, somewhat self-serving way, China now has become far more revisionist than the CPUSA ever was outside of like Gorbachev. I think the main difference between them and Gorbachev is like they held on to power, but what good is that if you have similar kinds of outcome? Soviet Union, for example, throw one quick fact popping into my head out there, functionally had no unemployment. China deliberately maintains like a 5% unemployment rate, which is basically what the Federal Reserve in the US does. So they're talking about challenges of like youth unemployment in China today. Why do you have fucking unemployment? Oh, because you're in the primary stage of socialism, this thing that you made up that needs to go on for 100 years. Now, a lot of people say, well, the USSR had the NEP. When was the NEP? Well, 28 is when it ended. Very long time ago. They ran the NEP for less than a decade. Lenin saw the NEP as a tactical retreat, a temporary tactical retreat into capitalism because they needed to rapidly reindustrialize. They were socializing what they could of industry. They had to leave some of it under capitalist control with the party in charge politically. However, they cut this off with the Great Break in 1928 because they needed to move on beyond it. And I think that China already went through something like this when Mao announced in the later 50s that they were moving on into socialism. That was China's equivalent of the NEP, more or less. So to just 20 years after that, in the late 70s, to retreat into, oh, we're in the primary stage of socialism and we just need to do capitalism for like 100 years. There's absolutely no support for that whatsoever anywhere else in Marxism. And it's not just a question of quoting the right book. The reason it doesn't exist anywhere else in Marxism is because it's a fundamentally bullshit idea. It's cover for a retreat from socialism. People do a lot of mental gymnastics about that. That's the best explanation, to wrap all of this up in a neat package. Deng Xiaoping is a guy who had been disciplined multiple times for rightism within the party. He had been purged. He had to reprove himself, particularly after the Cultural Revolution, had mixed results as far as its outcome. Deng was, had political allies and was able to capitalize off of a message of the Cultural Revolution introduced too much instability. We need to stabilize and just build up the productive forces and all this kind of stuff. He had the political connections he was able to make that happen. They gave it a Maoist, veneer. They gave it the veneer of legitimacy from Mao. Slap a couple of Mao quotes on there, and boom, you got a primary stage of socialism, which has got to go on for 100 years. There's absolutely no support for this at all. And the main thing I want to say is, where would the international communist movement be today? Would it have fallen apart the same way that it had if they had not taken this turn and introduced these poisonous ideas? And I'm not even faulting them for the Sino-Soviet split. I mean, they were having border struggles with the USSR. There were some real problems there, and the CPSU was also putting out some revisionist lines. However, the place that they took this to, or at least rightists within the party were able to seize on that, far from China being able to, in other words, turn this around into taking over the leadership, political leadership from the CPSU in the international communist movement, they basically collapsed the international communist movement, I would say, is the outcome here. And although you had, as we were talking about before, Hoxha in Albania putting out a pretty good theoretical analysis of what was going on, how to fix it, what was wrong with China's approach, that they were just trying to become a superpower, etc. Albania lacked the resources and the sort of size to become the new base of the international communist movement. The socialist camp collapsed. So, yeah, primary stage of socialism to me is the linchpin of this entire thing. You take away primary stage of socialism, all you have is red social democracy, basically. You have a sliding back toward quote unquote market socialism, a market system with welfare programs that, they're saying is penned in by the CPC politically. However, they also get into the problems that allowing all of this capitalism to operate in their society causes on the cultural level, and all the damage that it does to the class struggle in terms of bourgeoisifying the population. You're subjecting the population there to a lot of bourgeois influence, and that has an effect on the outcome of the struggle. In other words, is it making the population of the country, as well as the population of any other country, using China as a model or looking to China as the future of socialism? It's making them kind of soft as far as their approach to the bourgeois system and the bourgeois culture that is spreading in China. Actually, matter of fact, we're talking about diet and traditional Chinese medicine and all of that. As the Western diet has spread into China, you're seeing more people becoming overweight and obese as they get away from traditional diet of grains and legumes and all that kind of thing, and eating more Western food. So anyway, it shows up in a lot of different ways. So anyway, yes, there is complaining in the comments. Anyway, the 9 bullet points. His first is that political power is held by the CPC. Dictatorship of the proletariat is enforced through the party. There is no bourgeois electoral competition for state power. There is no legal or structural pathway for, and he's careful to use the term, an independent capitalist class to convert economic dominance into political sovereignty. I thought that was interesting as far as that being the qualification of an independent capitalist class. In other words, acknowledging that capitalists are working with the Communist Party, which again was unheard of in the Soviet Union, and we're expected to accept this as some having anything to... China is still Marxist-Leninist, what I'm trying to say. We're supposed to accept this as some form of Marxism-Leninism. Look, if you don't want to be Marxist-Leninist, don't be, but would prefer that you were. But don't call liberalism Marxism-Leninism. Don't call social democracy Marxism-Leninism. That's the kind of the point here. Anyway, there's no legal or structural pathway for an independent capitalist class to convert their economic dominance into political sovereignty. Okay, I mean, this is the 911 call. Help, somebody's stabbing me. 911 operator. What? That's illegal. Could it happen anyway? Sure could. Anyway, capital exists and capital accumulates, but capital does not rule the state. For now, I would add, it operates under party discipline, etc. It's just kind of absurd. Getting into Caleb Maupin territory here. It does not mean the capital doesn't have influence, though, and that's a quote. When we say China is socialist, he continued, it's not that China has abolished commodity production, but has abolished capitalist rule. But they're still allowing the capitalists to exploit. They're still allowing the capitalists even grow in their influence and amount of exploitation. And that there are consequences in China if a billionaire gets too big for their britches and tries to subvert the dictatorship of the proletariat. Do they need to subvert what you're calling the dictatorship of the proletariat, or are they getting rich enough now through the amount of exploitation that you are allowing them to do, and you're in fact preventing the proletariat from fighting against? We're going to get into that with the labor unions later. This was a huge problem with the NEP, by the way. In the less than a decade in the 1920s that the Soviet Union put it into practice, they had to do the NEP to just rebuild industry. Lenin didn't want to overextend after all the war, but they had to after 28 anyway, because part of the effect of the masses were in a very revolutionary mood at that point, and they wanted to just keep nationalizing everything, and the party had to hold them back for a while. And it doesn't take long before the revolutionary masses, their revolutionary energy cools when the party is telling them to hold off. What happens then is that the party starts administrating everything. You really risk a lot of bureaucracy, which is another thing that they acknowledged. The Deprogram acknowledged that is going on in China. That's another thing. If I were to, I should have added this in the sort of overall points that I found here consistently. They would do about 20 minutes of defense of the official Chinese position. And then they would, way at the end, acknowledge the communist criticisms of this as being valid, but then they would not allow the valid criticisms to affect their position at all. I thought it was hypocritical and contradictory to say, here's the official position and it's correct. Here are also the criticisms which directly contradict that. They're also correct, but we're not going to revise our initial position. You can't do that. That's the position lacks integrity. But I found that they did that a lot. Don't do that. There's the criticism. You want the criticism? Don't do that. Point 2, they have socialist democracy, continuous democracy, feedback loops, democracy that's embedded in the local operations and measured by material outcomes. I agree that they do that. So let's move on to point 3. China does not deny that class contradictions exist. They are understood, though, as non-antagonistic as long as political power remains socialist. So, is the position that there is no class exploitation, or that class exploitation is non-antagonistic? Because that's basically what you're coming out with at that point. What you also functionally get, as I mentioned before, is that the government is preserving class exploitation. At what point does the government decide to hit the socialism button and decide that it will not preserve class exploitation anymore? And by that point, will the working class even be thinking about socialism? There's so many just basic questions here. I feel like you could just kind of leave it at that. But anyway, continuing with point 3, it doesn't mean that they're harmless, the contradictions. It means that they are mediated and don't explode into open class war. Okay, I mean, wasn't that the New Deal as well? This is why we compare it to social democracy being administered by a nominal communist party. Like, maintaining class peace is what social democracy is all about. And why are you saying it doesn't explode into open class war as a good thing? Because again, you're in the primary stage of socialism is the answer. Why don't you want open class war? Why don't you want to get rid of these vestiges of capitalism? Well, now they're not even vestiges. They're very developed capitalism, actually. Why don't you want to get rid of that? Why do you want to stop the people from getting rid of that at this point? Are you really holding the position that whatever technological development you're trying to do cannot be done on a socialist basis? If so, are you even socialist at that point? If you're saying that capitalism develops your country better than socialism, that doesn't sound socialist to me at all. In fact, at Fascism and Social Revolution, we talked extensively about how the fascists would, in the 30s, were trying to hold back technological process because it was just putting too much pressure on the capitalists as far as like class struggle and wage pressures, and it was putting too much pressure on the capitalist system. So they're actually retarding technological development because it was leading to social development. If your position is that capitalism develops technology better than socialism, why would you ever why would your country ever switch to socialism at that point? Sounds like you're just a social democrat. Anyway, so then there's a comparison here to bourgeois democracy, but why not to Soviet democracy? Why is the US, why is Europe what you're comparing this to? Why are we pretending that the Soviet Union never existed? Or even earlier stages of Chinese socialism. Anyway, and then they make the pedantic, condescending point, socialism does not emerge fully formed. Bro, it's been 70 fucking years. Okay. Point 4, the Communist Party of China inherited a society with historical conditions, and its legitimacy is measured in material outcomes. Okay, but I would say, is there still class exploitation? What are the material outcomes you're measuring? Because that is vague. And is that how Marxism-Leninism evaluates societies? Because the Soviet Union made a point early on that they had eradicated the capitalist class and that they had the intelligentsia, peasants, and workers. Those were the classes in like 1930s Soviet Union. why is China still preserving the capitalist class when it is way more industrialized than the Soviet Union ever was? Does Marxism-Leninism evaluate societies based on poverty eradication? No. Point 5. Under Mao, bureaucratic layers were identified as forming. Class struggle continues in socialism, and bureaucracy can crystallize into new class relations. So this is like an explanation of one of the things that happened in the Soviet Union, can happen to any socialist society. If the masses are not engaged in the process, and self-activity of the proletariat is not guiding, or like a main engine of the energy of socialism, but it's being done top down from the party, that's like more of a system of bureaucracy. It's like the government layers becoming disconnected from the people, and the people kind of just, spinning out and not either being blocked from the kind of activity that they want to do or whatever. Anyway, the Cultural Revolution under Mao was an attempt to address that and to revitalize, the tendency of the bureaucracy to crystallize. I would say that it failed, resulting in Dengism, or at least Deng was able to spin the failures, like what the insufficiencies of the Cultural Revolution. Deng was able to spin politically towards Dengism, and that the outcomes of the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution were a, quote, deep historical trauma. So again, this is like Deng was able to say, hey, look, we know that all this trying for socialism has had some bad times. Let's just stabilize and do markets and shit. How is that not retreating from socialism? I mean, whether you're justifying it as like that the Cultural Revolution was a deep historical trauma, then say we're not doing socialism anymore. We're doing this like social democracy. Just say that. We would leave you alone. Point 6. They said that the reform and opening, this is the market, quote, reforms under Deng Xiaoping in the late 70s into the 80s and so on, is a continuity of socialism and born out of a need to survive and preserve sovereignty. So capital was brought in at this point, but it remains subordinate. I would add, though, actually China retreated from its support of global revolution, which is a vital part of being part of the socialist camp and the international communist movement. And so JT says, quote, China got to double dip. They were able to engage in global trade and offset capitalist hate while proceeding to develop their ideology in relative security, unquote, unlike the USSR. But part of the way that they were able to offset the capitalist hate, so to speak, is because they stopped doing socialist things. That is why the US and the rest of the imperialist countries hated them. So do we want to mention US-Chinese cooperation here in the war in Afghanistan? I would think that that's kind of important. So this idea that there was no negative, it was just two positives. China got to double dip, global trade and, quote, developing their ideology in relative security. They backed off of socialism. They backed off of support of the international communist movement. That's how they got to offset the hate. And everyone in the world was worse off for it. You had a gigantic country, billion people, pursuing socialism. And you're deliberately cooling that, closing the communes, shutting down socialist initiatives within the country and transitioning to things that were going to help them join the WTO about 20 years later. That's how they cooled the hate off. As far as developing their ideology, it's nationalistic social democracy, where they're, no doubt they are preserving sovereignty. They're able to keep the U.S. out to an extent that annoys the U.S. Multinationals would definitely like more direct control than they get over the Chinese economy, and China does regulate that. But are we talking about socialism? Are we talking about the need to end capitalism on a global basis? How did this turn affect those outcomes? That's the communist criticism more so, Anyway, that didn't really come up in here. Actually, no, I think Hakeem brought it up later, but we'll continue. Point 7, Marxism-Leninism remains the official ideology of the PRC. Okay. I mean, so what? So what? Quote, but is Marxism functioning as a living method or as administrative common sense, unquote. I didn't really understand that framing, but anyway, continuing. When ideology primarily serves to justify, when its function is to explain why existing arrangements are correct, it risks losing its dialectical character, unquote. So he's starting to get into some soft criticism here. And he said big systems prefer stability and predictability, but, quote, socialism requires more than management. It requires active struggle, unquote. Yeah, but this isn't just a question of big systems preferring stability and predictability. It's getting away from core features of socialism. 8. One contradiction is administrative overdevelopment versus mass initiative. The mass line risks becoming a consultation rather than active supervision. Stability is rational, but can harden into risk aversion, an anti-democratic trait. So talking about administrative order versus class self-activity. And I would add, particularly when the state is protecting the right of capital to exploit workers, because you can have that problem, and the Soviet Union did have that problem, without preserving capital. As far as you're still at risk of the party becoming bureaucratic, of developing a black market, a new bourgeoisie. You're at risk of those things if the class self-activity is limited. And in China, it's limited quite a bit. It's limited so that the billionaires can become billionaires. How do billionaires become billionaires? Exploitation, okay? Extraction of surplus value. That's what the CPC is protecting. So this isn't just about bureaucracy. It's about what specifically is the state stepping in to protect. They're protecting the right of capital to exploit workers. That's not really a socialist feature. Anyway, 9, and this is the final one, although there is actually a conclusion after this. Billionaires as a socialist contradiction. And again, this is like Maupin territory. Quote, the existence of billionaires in China is not evidence of capitalist class rule, unquote. So my response to that is, do the workers decide that they want to be exploited? Because that, worker exploitation is how billionaires exist. If you're saying that this is the people's exploitation, I don't know how seriously people can take that. You're saying that the workers are democratically deciding that they want billionaires. And I think that what you're saying is you have destroyed any notion of socialism in that country. Anyway, primary stage, though. This is all important. For the first 100 years, you're supposed to support billionaires. What? All right. Quote, what power they, billionaires, do wield can be easily yoinked. They do not control the state, unquote. And then Hakim steps in at this point to compare it to Elon Musk, like how much political power Elon Musk has. But is that the comparison? Is that the right comparison? Is that the comparison that we want to make here? Why not compare to like something that people would uphold as a, more representative of what we would understand as Marxism-Leninism, of socialism, of a country on the path to communism? Is Elon Musk, is that too low of a bar maybe to compare to? Anyway, continuing. Bourgeois activity has effects throughout society, shaping culture and consumption, ideas of prestige and social standing, like it's prestigious to be rich. Quote, the party, however, has demonstrated its capacity to discipline capital, I would add for now, through regulation, anti-corruption campaigns, and intervention, but these efforts appear reactive, and that matters, unquote. Yeah, I mean, this is social democracy. Arguably with more participatory democracy at the, community level, but you're telling me people are just voting to have billionaires. And I'm saying that you're not agitating that society correctly towards socialism. But again, what's the plan? They're saying primary stage of socialism has to go on for 100 years. Well, as we said before, how will you know when it's done? What are the objective measurements there that they're going on? Saying it'll need to last for 100 years just sounds like it will last practically forever. We'll be in a completely different historical era by that time. The internet might have been, replaced by some telepathic technology by that point. 100 years from now, what are you talking about? The world's not going to fucking exist the way that it does due to climate catastrophe 100 years from now. What are you talking about? What does that mean? What is the transition through the primary stage of capitalism, quote unquote? What does that mean? What does it look like? How do you know when you're in the middle of that? How do you know when you're near to the end? Anyway, For Marxism-Leninism, JT continued, the danger is not that capitalists run the country, really, but that their existence blurs the line between socialist accumulation and personal enrichment. Well, it's not a blurry line. They're billionaires. They're personally enriched. I don't even know what to say to that. So he continued, it can distort popular perception, undermine class education. Now we're getting into it. Slow the development of socialist norms as would support a higher stage of socialist society. Yeah, such as China says that it is trying to achieve. So I would say that what is the end game here? And this is where I started really doubting it. I never got good answers to why are they doing it then? How do you know when they're done? It's like eating tongue. How do you know when you're done? All right, I stole that from somebody. I don't remember who. Quote, the question is not whether China is socialist today. Okay, for some it is, but how long this extreme private wealth can be accommodated, unquote. So we acknowledge that this poses a danger to what they're calling the dictatorship of the proletariat. And so we have to remember here, this is like kind of a good lead in to the global consequences of tolerance toward capital and retreat from the revolutionary path, which China is absolutely modeling. Yes, they're standing up for their national sovereignty, but like, how long can they tolerate that extreme private wealth before the entire society just becomes bourgeoisified? And again, what are the global consequences? What kind of a different world would we be living in now had they not taken this path? Continuing, the party's punitive actions toward big capitalists show that they are aware of these risks and are trying to mitigate them while preserving the benefits. And I'd say, what are the benefits for as long as possible, unquote. I would say to that, don't you think that social democrats are trying to bring some kind of good to their society? Don't you think that social democrats genuinely believe, many of them, that the kind of social formation that they're promoting is like the best possible thing? The point from Marxism-Leninism is it's wrong, and it's going to lead to, sooner or later, open capitalist rule in ways you're really not going to like. So anyway, the conclusion there, the Deprogram critique insists on China's socialist character, but naming its contradictions clearly and honestly. This is what they say. So they're going to name China as socialist, but also name its contradictions clearly and honestly. Chinese democracy must be continued through mass initiative. And, the question is, what if the people want socialism before 100 years, goes by? What if the people want socialism before the CPC does? Although it seems like maybe they're not in as much danger of that with all the bourgeois influence going on and the restraint that the party is putting on the people as well. I'm going to pause there. We still have the Hakim and Ugopnik sections to get through. I hope people are satisfied with this because, boy, did I spend about 4 hours on it. But let me look through the comments for now just to get caught up on what people are saying so far. So many people criticize capitalism. I wonder why they bother criticizing capitalism. Yep. I've only heard the reactionary criticisms of China. I am excited to hear a Marxist perspective. I was talking to another comrade from a local org about China, and some disagreements came up when discussing some of the criticisms leveled against them. I'm excited to hear an anti-revisionist ML line on China. China itself says that it is Marxist-Leninist. No, primary stage of socialism is not Marx's, socialism versus communism thing. It's some previously unnamed thing where you have to do a lot of capitalism. Why are capitalists even allowed to be in the party and make decisions? Well, I remember Caleb Maupin addressing that. And it was, well, you want them in the party where you can supervise them. None of this really adds up to me at all. I'm just sort of telling you what they're saying, Primary stage of socialism is capitalism. Lol, what is this, some trick question? Yes, it became commonplace in Marxism-Leninism to use the terminology that lower stage, like early communism, is called socialism, and that advanced, fully developed communism is called communism. So calling the lower stage socialism and the higher stage, fully advanced, fully developed capitalism has been extinguished around the world stage is communism. We have not reached that point. because the ICM got beaten back in the late 20th century. So we got to do it over again. People are not going to, by the way, just get used to capitalism. There is no future under capitalism, ecologically or otherwise. But what the Dungists say is that in socialism, even, there's a lower stage, and that's got to go on for 100 years. That is total bullshit. Like I said, that is found nowhere else in Marxism. I feel like the book Against Dengism is a good criticism of modern China. Who wrote that? I'm not familiar with that. If neither Marx or Lenin invented socialism or communism, then why does being a communist mean adhering to Marxism? Marxism is scientific socialism. It improved on utopian socialism, gave it a materialist basis, and figured out most of the questions relevant to the struggle on that basis. So adhering to Marxism means adhering to a dialectical materialist approach to class struggle. Other things are going to lead you into idealism, utopianism, petty bourgeois revolutionism, anarchism, and so on. Stalin called the first stage of socialism, when they had dictatorship of the proletariat, collective ownership, and 2/3 workers in the party, if I remember correctly. Going through there's a lot of people answering the question about Marxism. Why does anyone care about Marxism? I mean, Marx and Engels didn't invent the idea that there would be something collectivist beyond capitalism, but what existed in that realm was what they called utopian socialism, and they improved on that. So they did, in fact, invent what we know as socialism today, as far as dialectical materialist scientific socialism. China also has landlords here in 2026. That shouldn't be a thing if their socialism was even remotely genuine. So that's another thing that they get into. Xi Jinping has a policy that housing is for people, not for speculation. There is speculation in the Chinese real estate market. It is just limited through regulation. Again, it's more of what you expect from a social democracy. I would call China a social democracy with communist aesthetics. Yeah, red social democracy. And the point of all this is we can and must do much better than this. And the concern is that when there is another major crisis of capitalism, China could end up stabilizing capitalism, or, even having the torch handed off to them from the USA to perpetuate class exploitation. Mao also spoke of a Sinified socialism, which is the root of socialism with Chinese characteristics. One of the reasons that Mao and Deng thought are the same. Mao was not a communist, and the early years of the party suppressed the actual Marxist-Leninist parts of the CPC. Yeah, and again, I'm not, my study on that is incomplete. I'm not totally hostile to that. The jury's still kind of out for me on that, but thank you. Do they talk about Deng's three-world theory? Not in the first hour and a half that I listened to. We'll be doing a big section on three worlds theory later in the year. Why didn't the Soviets and other communist nations have a WTO type of organization to help counter sanctions and create a new trade pillar in the world? They did have systems of economic aid. They did have things like that. But they also were serious about moving into like a moneyless system. And so they didn't just want to set up WTO, but like with hammer and sickle on it. Rereading Reform or Revolution and Rose's extrapolations about about the power of the bourgeoisie only growing under bourgeois democracy, well, it reflects really badly on a so-called socialist project. Yes, we can see the growth of the bourgeoisie in China under this plan that they have. I wonder if they're just waiting to go mask off when the USA fails. In other words, USA is no longer able to be the vehicle for imperialism. And then we see that is when, oops, the Chinese bourgeoisie took over the government. And now we have a new USA to take the reins, and it starts behaving in a lot of ways. I don't know for sure that that's going to happen. It's definitely a concern given how much they've retreated from what we understand of Marxism-Leninism, while they're still trying to convince people that they're doing Marxism-Leninism when they're objectively not. Oh, I can wait for the Deprogram to react to this. Part of the reason I bailed on this, it got so fucking boring after a while. Because if you're at all curious, if you at all ask follow-up questions, there's never an answer. That's why I started to sour on, the pro-Dengism stuff. They never really had good answers for anything. Yeah, for people just joining, we're discussing the Deprogram, episode number 222, the China episode that they just put up recently. Had a lot of requests to do this one. And so I made notes on it, and we're listening. I'm reading out the notes that I made as well as my response to it. I didn't just want to do a straight response. It would have taken forever. They're passive-aggressive on acknowledging any of this stuff. I don't know that they've acknowledged anything I've said directly, nor am I looking to do that. I'm not trying to beef with them. I'm out here trying to educate people. That's really my only concern. To the extent that they're repping a party, it's CPUSA. I have criticized CPUSA quite a bit. I mean, they're just a podcast, but like a lot of people, I do share a lot of audience overlap with them, and so I'm responding to it. Oh, Against Dengism by Red Spectre. Yeah, I just didn't think of that as a book. It's a web article. Didn't China have a major real estate crash? Yeah, they tried to mitigate it. It's still in trouble. I think that they're going to be affected when all of the global systems of capitalism go down, but we'll see. My friend, Canada has a, quote, democratic socialist party. My friend went to meet with their representative. He claimed that socialism would be reached, quote, in 500 years. We do not have 500 years to hit socialism. We just don't. I mean, Marx was already in 1850 giving the proletariat instructions for like how to cut the bourgeoisie off before they even fully set up their government, which is how the Russian Revolution was successful. Because they were able to get that warning from 1850, think about it for 60 years, and then apply it. Wild to think for some reason have to wait. Yeah, are we doing the primary stage of socialism for 100 years, then the intermediate stage for 400 years? I don't know. Yeah, I don't think that Maoism as we know it today and Dengism are the same thing. I don't agree with that either. What do you think of the idea that China is state capitalism? I don't like that term. I think it means different things to different... It's kind of like democratic socialism. It means so many different things to different people. I don't like using it. I kicked off of the Deprogram for similar reasons. They never follow up. Yes, we're going to have socialism sometime before the heat death of the universe, or maybe right before it. Well, isn't that the ultimate equalizer in the end, really? All right, I'm going to go back to this. Thanks, chat, for keeping my spirits up. So now we come to Hakim's section of episode 222. So first, laying out base assumptions and claims. China is socialist in form and structure through the political sphere and control of the commanding heights of the economy, like the major important pieces of industry, energy infrastructure, things like that. To me, a lot of this comes out to roughly what he's saying is like social democracy is fine as long as it's run by nominal communists. But anyway, continuing with Hakim's points, markets are limited in China, but really all markets are limited in some way. You could say they're more limited in China, but even in capitalist countries, markets are limited in some ways. And he makes the example that houses are not for speculation, unlike in Germany. However, rebutting that there is speculation in Chinese real estate, including the residential sector. But yes, it is constrained by the government. Again, there's the U.S. is like in the grips of like an extreme neoliberal libertarian kind of thing where they're deregulating all kinds of stuff. There's more regulation in a lot of European countries. And there's even more in China. Doesn't make it socialism. Next, the law of value operates in China under planned parameters. They deflated the housing bubble in a way that minimized harm that even the Soviets couldn't do. Did the Soviets have a housing bubble? I don't think the Soviets used the system. That was such like a strange claim to make. Next, while the proletariat exercises political power through the CPC, it doesn't uniformly do this, particularly at the point of production. So rebutting that, I mean, arguably that's where it's most important. Also, why? And this, I could tell by the way that Hakim was talking about it, was what he came back to this the most often, and just from his tone of voice, I thought that he seemed to think that this was the most valid criticism against China, that there was like very little shop floor That's not the only measure of socialism, and I agree, it's not the only measure of socialism. However, this idea that constraining the class struggle of the proletariat, the self-activity of the proletariat, just like a social democracy, is a big limit to where your socialism can go. Even when you do hit the socialism button, then what? You're still going to be doing a very top-down thing. Reality, they're never going to hit the socialism button. I do think at some point there's a risk of them hitting the neoliberalism button. Like, the USA fell, and oops, the capitalists took over China at the same time. Gee, what a coincidence. But anyway. So the proletariat exercises political power through the CPC, but it doesn't uniformly do this, particularly at the point of production. So there is more of like a managerial or technocratic stratum that exists, although it lacks hegemonic status. So the proletariat is exercising power through the CPC, which claims to, rule in its name. And it does also have high membership. So you could say that it does rule through, the membership of proletarians that way. But they are allowing class exploitation. And that's part of their job as quote unquote communists, to not just allow, but defend class exploitation against challenges to it that might arise from self-directed activity, because everything gets funneled through the CPC, and CPC says class exploitation gets a thumbs up, at least for now, while we're in the quote primary stage of socialism. Anyway, Hakim also pointed to the quote incomplete socialization of production, resulting in quote necessary contradictions and shortcomings of the primary stage of socialism, resulting in a differentiation of classes that exist, the proletariat still being dominant through their political leadership, but because of these subsequent groupings that exist, private entrepreneurs, managerial strata, and so on, that generates real tensions, unquote. Yeah, you want to like follow up on that maybe? Because that seems really important. That's what I'm saying. They come out with all these things and then criticize them later. I would call that like really important to follow up on, and maybe reevaluate your base claim, or China's basic claim, based on what we know about Marxism-Leninism. I would love to see a breakdown of comparison directly to the Soviet Union. Not going to be able to do that at this stage. I'll do it if I get to it before somebody else does. But that I think would be like really the comparison I'd like to see. What is the justification for this, given China's level of industrial development now? What is holding them back? And what is the plan? I feel like I just keep asking the same questions over and over again, because they're so basic, they're so obvious, and they relate to almost every single one of these claims. When are you hitting the socialism button? How is that going to work? When are you going to know that you're ready? When does this primary stage of socialism end? All right. Quote, a working class needs trade unions to organize and agitate for their interests under capitalism. Under socialism, they play a different role, unquote. So specifically preventing class struggle that would be specifically destructive to socialist accumulation. Complicating this, to rebut that, I would say China is allowing large amounts of capitalism. So you're calling a system that does have, yes, the commanding heights are under control. A lot of the rest is not. And you're just calling it all, I think, rather sloppily socialist accumulation. You have billionaires in your country. They got rich by exploiting workers. The party exists to uphold the billionaires' right to do that. Well, shouldn't then trade unions be allowed to some extent to fight that independently, since you're letting the capitalists do what they're doing? Again, there's just not real curiosity on this being followed up at all. Also, China does in some ways make it hard to follow up by not publishing materials on all of this. This is another thing. We're talking about foreign policy. How about just international education? I know that they have, on whatever that website is, you can take the courses in Mao Zedong thought, Deng Xiaoping thought, Xi Jinping thought, and get a certificate in it. But how about actually educating the global proletariat on class struggle and all this other stuff? They're not interested in doing that. Again, all of this is better explained to me by that they've retreated from socialism. Because you pick any given category. It's not like, well, they made these compromises to excel in these other areas. Literally in like every category relevant to socialism, class struggle in China, around the world, bringing down imperialism, they have sacrificed all of that. For what? National sovereignty. Okay, now you need to protect your country, but wouldn't it all, there's different ways to protect your country. You can protect your country by selling everybody out and just trying to like, power yourself up with technology, etc. Or you can surround yourself with revolutionary friends. This is what the Soviet Union did, was encourage the growth of the global movement. Because if the whole problem here is imperialism, let's bring down imperialism. How do you do that? I guess just building, train tracks and whatever, and, forgiving some loans. And no, at some point, class struggle has to come into this. China could also make itself safer and ensure national survival with the ensuring of the international communist movement's survival and expansion. That's another way to protect itself. So again, but if you haven't really studied communism, this might not occur to you. But it's like the criticisms here are so basic. The things they're not doing are so basic. Their orientation to everything is so not what we would think of with Marxism-Leninism that you get to a point eventually where there was a while for me, even when I was studying for a time, where you go, okay, well, maybe China did come up with something new that I just don't know. And it just never came through. I asked questions. People would just either yell at me or give really bad answers. And I think that just continues. Anyway, continuing, shop floor democracy is, in other words, power of workers against the enterprise that they are employed by privately. Shop floor democracy is uneven and generally weak in China, and not just privately, but also, by the state. So the proletariat experiences socialism as policy implementation by the state rather than as collective power. I mean, isn't that like textbook bureaucracy? If you're going to criticize the Soviet Union for that at all, if you're saying that the proletariat experiences socialism primarily as policy implementation by the state, that's a really bad implementation of socialism then. Wouldn't you agree with that? Anyway, but there is a, quote, culture of socialism. That's a pretty elastic term, I think. But workers have an experience more of being a, quote, administered object rather than wielding power directly and, quote, being active makers of their history. So in other words, they're experiencing alienation. So you've got exploitation and alienation. Is this the primary stage of socialism, or is this social democracy? Also, he continues, there is uneven development across regions, industries, and sectors, but they're managed through politically controlled planning. Also, there's a big problem with youth unemployment. And again, China has about 5%, 5.5% unemployment compared to the USSR, which had basically zero. And he adds that basically technology will fix it through improved planning. But the USSR already did that without all this technology. These are excuses. And that's what I'm saying. The more questions I asked on China, the more I felt like it was an excuse. Anyway, the constant comparison to the USA, like, oh, you think this is bad? You should see the USA. I'm not saying that this is worse than the USA. I'm saying, is this what you're calling socialism? Because it's not what Marxism-Leninism called socialism. So, Hakim also acknowledged that there's a risk of depoliticizing socialism via technocracy. Well, you just said that technology was how you saw that they were going to fix this. And so if the approach of the CPC is to do socialism through technocracy, you run the risk of depoliticizing it by not encouraging class struggle and proletarian self-activity, rather promoting clerical and administrative solutions. Yeah, I mean, this is turning into basically, the bureaucratic nightmare that the USSR supposedly was. So he also criticizes that there's not enough socialist democracy on the enterprise side. There might be in sort of community planning or local government, but not really on the enterprise side or shop floor. And he then goes on to what's the solution? Quote, more mass inclusion in the expansion of the productive forces. Actually, I don't know if that's a direct quote, but that's like, we just come back to like expand the productive forces, expand technology. That's going to fix everything. Cue the Naked Gun, like mass facepalm there. And he says workers should feel more a part of the socialism. And I would rebut that by saying, but is the problem that they aren't, and that it's really more like managed capitalism with social programs, and they're not really involved, and they're just allowing more, again, it's just kind of the same thing over and over again. This is why I say it's best explained by they've retreated from socialism, because that's kind of what all these lines come back to in the end. quote, there is some substance to the over-bureaucratization, but, or, like as a criticism, but it's more of an administrative criticism rather than the fundamental class relations have changed. So basically he's saying that the criticism is that there's over-bureaucratization, and there is some truth to that, but it's an administrative criticism. The fundamental class relations haven't changed. And I would just add yet. That's how you get a new, well, they already have a bourgeoisie, but that's how you get a new bourgeoisie out of the party. That's how you get state-operated enterprises running like private companies. That's how you get all those things. So maybe you could spend more time just being like, okay, these criticisms are right. I think that would satisfy me. Just be like, these criticisms are correct. They have deviated. Okay, just fucking say it. Say they have deviated. Rather than like, there's something to these criticisms, but let me just say why more technology is the solution. And then when he said fundamental class relations, this is what I was talking about before. Every time they say an actually communist term, they do a funny voice. Fundamental class relations. That's overtly harmful. All right. So Hakim had a criticism. The integration of private capital into socialist accumulation, even though politically constrained, creates diverse material incentives and interests that need constant supervision. Not only political supervision, but also active surveillance. Yes, that of course is true. And also, to the point that I've been making repeatedly, it also means that the party has to restrain the workers from fighting capital. That's the reason for the lack of shop floor democracy that you're talking about, which creates all of these problems and overall is allowing capitalist relations and capitalist cultural influence to proliferate throughout the society without the proper pushback. Well, I mean, the party could, curtail it all, they say, but they're allowing it and allowing it and allowing it. And again, why? I still don't have a clear picture on why. Why are we allowing? We're now acknowledging all the harms that allowing all this capitalism is causing. Why are they doing it? What is the benefit? Break that down for me. I've never had anyone break it down. Well, they had to because of technology. Break that down for me. I know that's like a truism people have, some people have accepted and just regurgitate. Break that down for me. Tell me what that means in practice. And when do you know when you're done? What are the criteria for evaluating more of a switch to what we would traditionally recognize as socialism? Like the abolition of fucking classes. Something basic like that. Okay. Quote, the idea that the party will solve it for us is the idea that we want to get past, unquote, in favor of more direct worker struggle. And again, I would say the party is holding that back. That is part of their mission statement, is to foster class peace. The party is there for class peace. That's what they're promoting. So you're not going to get past the idea that the party will solve it for us when the party is necessarily inserting itself in there to prevent direct worker struggle. So the question becomes, how do you get past that? How do you get the party to stop doing that? Is there any plan for that at all? And don't give me trust me, bro. What's the plan? Why are they doing any of this in the first place when these are the outcomes you're getting? These aren't successful outcomes as far as socialism goes. You might be achieving some of your nationalistic objectives of national sovereignty. You're not getting socialist objectives, though. Okay, he then says at 50 minutes and 30 seconds or thereabout that something, I didn't make the note fully. It says lacking in economic/political socialist content. And China agrees with this in their self-criticism. So China agrees that their country is lacking in economic and political socialist content. Then we agree, I guess? Like, why are they perpetuating this, though? Why aren't they correcting that? Again, it's like we can self-criticize and acknowledge that, but we're not going to do anything about it. We're not going to let it, change our view or strategy or approach or actions. What? Hakim continues, capital existing has a caustic effect on the development of class consciousness, and workers aren't allowed to express class struggle fully, hampering development. I'm just like, okay, why defend this? Hakim said, it's easier said than done because there are tens of millions of enterprises in China. I said, okay, but that's a lot of the criticism. I mean, that's like a totally foreseeable outcome. And then he does the condescending bullshit, quote, "This can't be done with the stroke of a pen." Rebuttal, no shit. How about not doing that in the first place? Any Marxist could have predicted that. So don't get condescending when you're talking about you shot yourself in the foot and you're like, well, I can't just heal my foot with the stroke of a pen. No shit. That's why we said not to shoot yourself in it in the first place. 52 minutes. Is China imperialist? He then gives a non-Marxist-Leninist definition of imperialism. If you want a quick Marxist-Leninist definition of imperialism, look up Imperialism and the Split in Socialism by Lenin. And he talks about China's history of being an exploited country and then breaking dependency chains and things like that. China is, quote, not constructing global extraction networks. Instead, China historically was robbed from. Rebuttal, does that mean it could never become a robber? I mean, after all, it's, trying to learn from the West in so many ways, get the technology, all this other stuff. Does that mean it could never become a robber? Does that mean that the Soviet Union, once it reverted to capitalism in a counter-revolution, would not be an imperialist country? Well, some people, probably very adjacent to this line of thinking, probably are of the Russia may be advanced monopoly capitalist and out to conquer other territories, but it's not imperialist. Well, that's crazy. This is all defensive maneuvering. Come on. So just none of this adds up. Yes, China has a different history than the US, than the UK, than France. Okay? It historically was plundered, and it fought its way up out of that. Then it took a big right turn and abandoned socialism. Is this too hard of a concept? But he really put a lot of emphasis on that. Well, China's history means it could never become a robber. Yeah, that doesn't logically follow, actually. 56, 57 minutes. China doesn't have finance capital in political control, so it can't be considered imperialism. This is semantics. When Lenin talked about imperialism, he was talking about an era. He was talking about an age of capitalism, which China is absolutely participating in. It may not be the greediest top dog at this point, but it's helping its own image and letting the U.S. hurt itself by doing that. And obviously it wants to try to avoid the downfall of the British Empire, the French Empire, the U.S. Empire, etc. It wants to try to maintain a more positive image than that. Where is this headed, though? Where is this headed? No, you can't answer that question. You really can't. You have to acknowledge there's a substantial chance it's going to end up just letting its capitalism free. They use the metaphor of that the capitalism is like a bird in a cage, and the party keeps it in a cage. It's using it, but it keeps it in a cage. Well, could just as easily let it out. Would there be, maybe a strategic advantage to waiting till the U.S. has totally burned itself out before doing that? Well, I know global capital would like a new home base, so sure, yeah. There's a lot of money in that, actually. And China holds the cards, so they would get to do it on their terms. So they get that pride and prestige that they do care about a lot, because China is a very old country, very long history. They would like to go back to being, the nationalists there would like to go back to being, that kind of center of the world, or at least of that half of the world. That's like a nationalistic dream. Not of the socialists in China, but of the nationalists. So anyway, it's just really faulty logic. Nothing about their history precludes it from being, suffering counter-revolution and then engaging in imperialist behavior. But again, Lenin spoke of imperialism as an age, as a stage of capitalism, not a specific behavior. There are behaviors associated with it, but this is that era of capitalism. But China somehow, as the magic formula, they can use it, but without any negative consequences. Oops, we just acknowledged a bunch of negative consequences, but, well, they can stop any time that they want to. They got it under control. Anyway, 58 minutes. China hasn't exited the global capitalist system because it can't. This is a thing Hakim said. Interesting, because the USSR did that in the 1920s when it was much less industrialized. That's why it was not affected by the Great Depression, and in fact shot past development of some of the Western countries during the Great Depression era. Interesting that they can't exit the global. How could they possibly? Oh, the USSR did do that 100 years ago? Interesting. Yeah, I didn't know that. I'm a Marxist-Leninist. I didn't know that. Also, China has retreated from helping to spread socialism. So again, this is my point before. Yes, we want all socialist countries to survive. They have to preserve themselves. You can't have internationalism without a nation in the first place to do it from, just like you can't, help others. It's like when you're on the airplane, you got to put the oxygen mask on yourself first, pass out. Sure. But also they've retreated from what we would understand as Marxist-Leninist foreign policy about a half a century ago. So as far as them not being able to exit the global capitalist system, again, that foot shooting comes back into play here. It has, but again, that's not what they wanted. That's the easiest and best solution. It's not what they wanted. Like, just look at what's staring you straight in the face. They retreated from socialism. That explains all of this behavior very nicely, actually. And you don't have to do any mental gymnastics to just be like many other communist parties in the late 20th century, they retreated from socialism. Why is that answer so difficult to swallow? And finally, 59 minutes, quote, by that logic, any large or successful country becomes imperialist by default, unquote. Like I said before, Lenin described this as the age of advanced monopoly capitalism. And yes, we're now 100 years on from that. What they made is an imperialist world system where the management of one country by another, like as in the old colonial system, has become replaced by more sophisticated systems, which allow countries to have shares in other countries, if you will, shares in the exploitation of other countries. I don't know what to do with this. It's like somebody that says that they have read a lot of Marxism-Leninism and is just turning a blind eye to very obvious Marxist-Leninist points. All right, we're up to the Ugopnik part, and I'm going to finish this. Let me catch up with the chat, though, for the 101 people in here. What are people... Socialism is one boiling ocean. And it looks like they look like the most logical torchbearer to take over global capitalism from the U.S. when the U.S. dies, which it looks like the U.S. is really on the way down in terms of, global influence and everything. Capital will need a new home base, and I think China is setting itself up to be that. I used to be a Deprogram listener. I can't even listen now that I've read theory. Yeah, that's kind of what happened. It wasn't the Deprogram for me, but it was like other stuff. After I read for a year and a half, I was like, hey, this doesn't make sense. You must be a normal communist who reads. That's why I try to help. The person is like, you're waiting on this is petty bourgeois revolutionism. Sorry, I guess, for uploading 700 audiobooks or whatever it's been and exhorting people to read them, listen to them. I'll read them to you. I'll even highlight some of the key passages for you. The fuck? Lenin wrote on the so-called market question in 1893. It reads like a damn near modern polemic on China. I haven't read that one, actually. Yeah, might I add, Marx and Engels were not real big on markets either, as far as socialism. Might want to check that out. Thanks for being principled on China. We need a future. We need a future beyond capitalism. If China was not doing capitalism, I'd go, okay, that's the future, but it's not, They say they're doing Marxism-Leninism. I think that is easily called into question. I spoke to some PSL people, almost joined, but they got super defensive when I asked about China. They'll do that. Does PSL even have an actual study list? Because I don't think that they do, and I think that that's part of the problem. There's a reason we don't have the PSL study guide up on the channel. I don't think that they have one. Or whatever studies they do are kind of like their own cliff notes or something. Nowadays, a lot of people call third worldism anti-imperialism, which is so frustrating. Yes, anti-imperialism is only real when it has socialist leadership. Otherwise, it slides into all kinds of other things. Speaking of the Chinese government being cryptic about these things, this is not something new. And why it took, I read that from Hoxha, why it took so much time for Hoxha to reject China, as China did not give him information on the workings of China, and he had to assume China was conducting a correct Marxist-Leninist line. Yeah. China could protect itself from capitalism by not propping it up at every turn. Decent point. Wonder if anyone has thought of that. If a modern nation went full control by the workers, it would necessarily be a threat to the version of communism that China is practicing. I think it would go down like the split did. Isn't China also having a youth unemployment crisis? Yeah. That's not a problem you have in socialism. China becoming the new arm of capitalism in waiting and throwing its other brothers to a fire for that. That's the concern. That's the concern. I could definitely see that happening, though. New Moscow trials for the CPC. It would take a lot to get from where we are now to that world, I'll say that. But what do you think? The bourgeoisie and the CPC is going to set that up? Unlikely. As an African, China is building its own extractive empire here. They sound like a very tedious podcast. I defy you to listen to this. The whole thing is up on YouTube. It was rough listening to it. Like I said, I bailed on the entire last 55 minutes. I could not handle it anymore. I've noticed a lot more liberal explanations from the Deprogram about concepts like imperialism, colonialism, exploitation, and racism, rather than Marxist explanations. That's what I got out of Hakim's definition. If China was doing socialism, Nepal and Bangladesh, quote, revolutions will lead to a real potential socialist party taking over, not the right-wing bros taking back control. On the subject of PSL getting really defensive when you talk about China, oh boy, do I have a screenshot for you, a commenter says. The second that I got access to a PSL group chat, when I was in the process of joining, one of the first things I saw was someone damning the, quote, detractors of China to the, quote, ashes of oblivion. Yeah, that's fun. Sign me up. I don't know why, but whenever I look at the news about stuff, I feel as though U.S. imperialism can basically do whatever it wants and no one will ever be able to stop them. I know it's not true, but the feeling is there and it makes me feel a bit demoralized. That's because the Soviet Union used to stand up to them. China does not. So as far as like, if we're calling China the leader of the socialist camp, which is an absurdity, I think, but if, compare it to that. Why did they call it, after 1991, the unipolar world? That's what we heard during the Bush years in the 2000s. It's a unipolar world. Well, because the Soviet Union wasn't there. The Soviet Union used to provide meaningful resistance to the USA. But yeah, you're right. I mean, the USA is basically, seems like the only thing that's going to stop the USA is the USA itself. It seems to have bitten off more than it can chew in Iran, although who knows if it's going to start using tactical nukes in Iran. Who knows what's going to happen from there. China seems like it is allergic to anything that, disrupts business as usual and just China taking care of China. So, I don't know. Yeah, why would any country intentionally keep a reserve army of labor if not for the benefit of private capital? So they are China is very much reshaping their country around the needs of capital, for sure. This is a step backward from socialism. Most of the groups that have so-called ongoing revolutions haven't really had success in getting the masses on their side, a major reason why things have been at an absolute standstill. Yeah, USA is committing suicide by axis of resistance. If Trump uses nukes, can China really continue its bullshit about the foreign policy and socialism after 100 years? Yeah, I guess the question there is like, what would it take for China to get involved? I just don't think they're going to. What is your position on Hakim? You're joining, I guess, late. We are currently going through my notes on the Deprograms, episode 222 on China. So the last, I guess it starts around 1 hour into the episode. Yugopnik does his piece. So his opening statement is that China is breaking the monopoly that the imperial core has on how the world develops, borrows, etc. Okay. So he basically goes full multipolarity here. I was kind of surprised at how he was just like overtly doing the multipolarity thing. He said China isn't in the imperial core today, doesn't run the IMF, quote, its currency is not the global reserve, although, I'd rebut that by saying that could change quickly. At 102.50, quote, This is why sections of the socialist movement argue that China's rise marks a qualitative change in the structure of world power, not because Beijing is building world socialism. Okay, can we admit it's really not doing that in any way, shape, or form? Continuing, but because a socialist-led state is helping to redistribute power away from a single imperial pole toward a system of multiple centers of decision-making, unquote. So we're just doing multipolarity here. Nothing to do with socialism. Next, China defends the global south because it allows their own socialist experiment to survive. Timeout. Are you doing internationalism or what? They defend the global south because it allows their own socialist experiment to survive. First of all, it's riddled with capitalism, first of all. But, okay. I'm just trying to there's a reason I had to drop out after this point, because it starts to overload you after a while. China defends the global south because it allows their own socialist experiment to survive. They dropped out of expanding the world revolutionary movement in any meaningful way. They helped the USA to bring down the Soviet Union. And then there have been no real revolutions since that time. And they defend the global south. How? They're not by expanding, helping to fund socialist revolutions or even educate socialist revolutions on Marxism-Leninism, but, by giving them loans that they forgive and they have more favorable terms. This has nothing to do with revolutionary communism. Nothing at all. Nothing. This is the most watered down version of Marxism that you could possibly imagine. If you have to strain to see the progressivism in it, compared to what we had in the 20th century, I mean, it was just an explosion of revolutionary propaganda. This is all considered passé now. Why? Bourgeois influence took over. No other reason. No other reason. The bourgeoisie has defeated, beaten down, partly consumed the communist movement. That's what happened. So the basis on which China defends the global south is not one of the international communist movement, really. They say that China is anti-imperialism in content. I guess we can say socialism with Chinese characteristics or Dengism, whatever, is anti-imperialism in content, even if, and here comes the condescension. I thought Ugopnik was the most insulting and condescending out of all three of them, which it's tough going up against Hakim on that. But anyway, it is anti-imperialism in content, even if, quote, non-romantic and dry, unquote, administrative methods. This kind of goes to what I just said, which is you want to couch this as, they're not being romantic about it. They're being capitalist. What are you even talking about? He then says, that it's Westerners hiding chauvinism when they analyzed China on the basis of a possible inter-imperialist rivalry that they did in the funny voice, because any communist terminology has to be done in the funny voice, because it's just really funny. Isn't it just kind of funny and stupid? And shouldn't you just laugh when people use communist terminology? Shouldn't you just laugh at that? Shouldn't you just be like, oh, you're a communist, huh? What do you believe in? Marxism-Leninism? You fucking douche. So he describes all of this as, quote, democratization of diplomacy, having choices. And again, this is aimed directly at Wall Street Journal readers. You don't just have to go to the USA. There's choices in the diplomacy. This is so far from a communist analysis. I don't even know what to say. Hakim jumps in at this point, comparing to when the USSR existed. But newsflash, multipolarity among capitalist countries, and BRICS is, even if you're counting China as socialist, BRICS is mostly not socialist. Multipolarity is not the same as having a socialist camp. They don't acknowledge this. This is important. Having a socialist camp is distinctly different. Because why? Because capitalist countries eventually fight with each other to redistribute global profits, and they collaborate in the repression and exploitation of the working class. So there's a big difference, actually, in the class character of the countries involved. That's very important. You know, pulling a country away, if a country has a national liberation revolution, anti-colonial revolution, which that period of time is drawing to a close in world history, as old style colonialism is no longer, is practiced in very few places comparatively to like 100 years ago. It's becoming less and less possible politically to do that, so they're using more sophisticated ways. But it used to be possible to peel off to the socialist camp, and then you weren't for sale and you weren't up for being pillaged by the imperialist countries, because if they tried to fuck with you, then, you know, the Soviet Union, what was its interest? Its interest was in seeing more revolutions spread and building socialism and outdoing the capitalist system. Well, China's not even really using the capitalist system or socialist system, because why? Primary stage of socialism. We got to do capitalism for like 100 years. And again, why is that? Because they don't believe socialism can develop you as well as capitalism can. It's like the entire thing here is completely different. You can't compare this to when the USSR existed. Multipolarity of advanced capitalist countries is not the same as having a socialist camp. The socialist camp isn't going to fight with the capitalist countries in the same way, and they're not going to collude in the suppression of the working class. At 110.24, they finally acknowledge that this does not ensure socialist revolution. Okay, so they finally get to the point that I was just making. But again, China doesn't assist with socialist revolution anyway. They stopped doing that in the late 70s. So, yeah. They say that China is this is still the Ugopnik section. China is currently offering much better loan terms than the IMF. Okay. Quote, at the same time, Belt and Road Initiative deals are negotiated overwhelmingly through national elites. Unquote. This is offered as the kind of like token leftist criticism. What are we thinking? The country's going to negotiate them by consensus or something? I thought that was like a really weird token leftist thing to throw in. You know, China seems to believe, quote, it's not our job to fix everyone. This is like in the just doing business category. These aren't like Marxist ideas. Yes, it's not your job to fix every other country. It is your job to absolutely promote revolution as much as you possibly can and to assist it and, you know, to engage in proletarian internationalism, not just development. 116.15, quote, from Marxists, that's kind of the contradiction. Development without transformation. Anti-imperialism without putting internationalism at the front, unquote. Couldn't even bring himself to say anti-imperialism without putting socialism at the front, but internationalism will have to do as the stand-in there. Development without transformation. You mean development without revolution. And anti-imperialism without putting socialism at the front. That's pseudo-anti-imperialism. It's not anti-imperialism without socialism in front. And just doing development without revolution. Capitalism will do that. Well, that's what they're doing. Anyway, quote, it's a huge improvement. China is a huge improvement. The terms China's offering, huge improvement. It's a global leveling up project for the global South, unquote. Again, I just come back to, isn't China the leading supposed Marxist-Leninist force in the world? If it's a contradiction to you, why isn't it a contradiction to them? And if it is, why don't we hear about that so much? Or if it is out there, and we're just, for some reason, it's not penetrating the English-speaking world whatsoever, despite the fact that that would be a huge area of influence you would want to get something going in. How are they addressing it? How are they addressing this obvious, glaring anti-Marxist contradiction? How are they addressing that? And then, you know, every time you get an answer, it's just kind of bullshit. After a couple of years of this, I just got sick of it, like I said. At 17 minutes, Hakeem says, why doesn't China export revolution? I wish they would. And then he said, this was so lame. Quote, I'll share some Chinese wisdom. An egg cracked from the outside is food. An egg cracked from the inside is a new life. Which some people might find tired, you think, but I find, in the general overview of historical revolutions, that tends to be the case, unquote. But no one is arguing for that. If you uphold Marxism-Leninism, you know you can't directly export revolution. I mean, in the sense of like, just manufacture something. We were talking about Afghanistan before. It doesn't really work. You need it to be a grassroots thing. However, there have been grassroots efforts in countries, and China has not supported them. In fact, in some cases, they've even funded the capitalist government, like the opposition, or armed them. You know, they made alliances with the counter-revolutionary forces. They've turned their back on all of that. Even education. This is total bullshit. It's total bullshit. And it's just a straw man. Oh, you just want China to export revolution. You have a Marxist revolutionary duty to do everything that you can to aid revolution wherever it looks like it might be succeeding. You have a duty to aid in the basic education of the class struggle the world over. To use that economy, whatever it is, however big it is, especially if it's the second biggest in the world, to do that. Absolutely. These are all clues that China is not really following Marxism. And in come the liberals like, you just want them to do emotional labor for you. Yes, I will use the funny voice there. This is like when people are like, why didn't Obama stop bombing countries? They're like, you want a black man to do emotional labor for you or whatever. Please stop. Please stop. Oh, actually, you know what? My next note, Ugopnik jumping in with, quote, this is the line of thinking that, quote, Big Brother must save me. No. And they're like, oh yeah, that's such like a Western pilled thinking. No, it's called proletarian internationalism, solidarity in revolutionary struggles, and getting a functioning socialist camp. These are key. These are key. Hakeem comes in at 119 laughing, quote, socialism is not when you have nicer trade deals, unquote. Okay. True. I mean, it's definitely true. At this point, I've made the note, I don't even get what their actual position is. They're contradicting themselves so much. They seem to want it both ways. Acknowledge the criticisms as valid, but then hold on to the original position being challenged. Like, I just don't give a shit. Like, yeah, I know that these criticisms are valid, but we're just going to like keep spouting, well, in this case, the literal party line. It just, like, it's laughable. It's not respectable. It's not respectable. So Hakeem at 120.30, even though the Chinese loan terms, development deal terms are better, they do reinforce market dependencies. So China sometimes mitigates capitalist finance, but without transcending the capitalist system and maybe increasing its solidity. Do you think that maybe might be kind of an important thing to like probe into deeper? Do you think that could like undermine the validity of fucking everything else they're doing? Anyway, but then he qualifies this with, but you also need development for there to be socialism. It's 2026. At what point is the development sufficient? I don't know. Anyway, so then they address the question of why does Beijing not directly involve itself more in people's movements? I made the note they're not even considering the idea that China isn't socialist or headed for socialism. They're always doing these mental gymnastics to justify it, even if they disagree with it. Like maybe just consider the idea that the answer to all these questions, which kind of like resolves them all in one shot, is they have turned away from socialism. Could you just at least consider that? And I think that you'll find it's a much better fit. Try putting that piece in the puzzle. I think you'll find it fits a lot better. At 122, the USSR, quote, paid a high price for giving so many resources to revolutions. Yeah, they did the necessary but risky work of making a functional socialist camp and international communist movement. That's not why they fell. The high price that they paid was, you know, they became a major target in World War II, and, you know, over 20 million Soviet people died in that war. Way more than any other country. So, I mean, yeah, they made big sacrifices, but that's revolutionary efforts. So that makes sense. That's what you would expect them to do. And that's what we would expect any Marxist-Leninist country to do that has the resources to do that. And the Soviet Union absolutely had the resources, and they took on that responsibility and risk. Why? To rid the world of capitalism, not to perpetuate it. To rid the world of class exploitation. That was the idea. To establish a world Soviet system. That was the idea. To help revolutions spread the world over once they had stabilized their country, which they did. They took a couple decades to do that. And then they had to fight World War II. And they set up the Comintern. They set up mutual aid systems. They trained revolutionaries. They provided intelligence to revolutionaries. Where is that going on today? But saying that the USSR paid a high price for giving so many resources to revolutions, are you saying that supporting revolution, which is a basic Marxist thing, is like what brought down the USSR? That's a bunch of nonsense. That's anti-revolutionary nonsense. Anyway, 123.10, Chinese position is based on the USSR's. No, it isn't. They started doing this in the 1970s when the USSR was still around. There's no mention of the Richard Nixon collab here either. Quote, we got to keep the socialist core alive, unquote. Yeah, it's not even socialist anymore, to the point that they aren't doing internationalism, though. That's the problem. Anyway, so then they do consider the idea, not quite that it's retreated from socialism, but at 126, is China forever preparing the ground but never sowing the seed? Well, that's for the Chinese people to decide. Okay. Reminder, China has been the #1 source of imports for Israel for years. Is it just for the Chinese people to decide? I mean, ultimately, it's the Chinese people who control the outcome of that. But can we make a judgment on that? Yeah. Yes, you can analyze that and make a judgment on that. You can say, based on the observations I've made, that's the judgment that I'm coming to. That's the conclusion I'm reaching. Hakim brilliantly anticipates such a position and counters at 126.45. Critics just want nuclear war now. Come on. That's so sad. That's just, you got to do better than that. 127.45. Hakim, I have found no book-length criticisms of China credible. He mentions from victory to defeat, a couple other things. Did not mention imperialism and the revolution as far as I heard. And then at 1:30, there's a common China criticism section started by Hakim. This is the point where I bailed out, but I got to capitalist social relations have been restored at the point of production. He was saying that earlier, that capitalist relations exist, so the proletariat does not meaningfully have political control. Production is governed by capitalist logic, even if there is political control, instead of, quote, along, quote unquote, socialist alliance. Oh, this is another thing. So he made fun of so what he's doing here, just to clarify, he said he went through, some of like Maoist literature and came up with common criticisms of China. And so this is one of them. And then he relates the Maoist position and mocks it in the most curious way. So this is the criticism, that capitalist social relations in China have been restored at the point of production. He was saying this earlier. And that capitalist relations exist. So despite what the government's doing, the proletariat does not meaningfully have political control, because if they did, would they be voting for themselves to be exploited? Right? Production is governed by capitalist logic, even if there is political control, instead of, this is a quote from Hakim, along quote unquote socialist lines, specifically like 1932 planned economy, state directed, laughs. Why would you mock that? Like, you're literally mocking socialism. Why are you mocking that? Anyway, he continues, that's usually what Maoists mean, not only Maoists, by the way. You just mocked the Soviet Union. What is funny about that? Like, what? Anyway, so this is what they're making their podcast off of, is just responding to like Wall Street Journal criticisms, New York Times criticisms. And then like you come up with a communist criticism. It's like, what are you, like a Soviet? What are you talking about? This is so bizarre. I thought he liked the Soviet Union. Whatever. He says, but Maoists ignore state control over commanding heights, land, finance. Again, though, it's raised the question, which way is it headed? Hakim then says, bourgeois relations can reproduce themselves, but they do not control currently. We've addressed that a lot. Yugopnik jumps in with a really bad horse metaphor. Using the market versus letting it run your country is the difference between heaven and hell. And he says it's like riding a horse versus like making it your god and worshiping it. Okay, a horse though, yes, you can ride a horse, absolutely. Or you can let it be free in the wild, whatever. A horse though cannot run your life. The capitalist class can. Saying that you can just use the capitalist class without any negative repercussions is really not, that's not a good comparison. thus endeth my notes. That'll take you up to an hour and a half into their episode. I'm going to finish off the comments here, and then we're going to call it a day. But thanks, everybody, for listening and participating. Let's do this. Do you think the term dialectical materialism is unhelpful? No, not at all. Because it privileges a simple two-force clash between the working class and the ruling class, which leads readers to be overly class and reductionist, not in the slightest. And if you wanted to make a case for that, you'd have to make a much stronger case for that. I have never thought that once. Not at all. Is this a 6-hour stream? This is a stream that gets through the content we have to get through. Clocks be damned. Didn't BRICS create their own IMF named the New Development Bank or something? And the yuan is rapidly becoming an important currency to have for trade. The thing about BRICS, the last time we covered it, because there was all this hype about, like, BRICS is going to do a new currency. Last I checked, the BRICS countries could not decide on which they all wanted it to be like their own currency. I think a couple of them wanted it to be a basket of currencies, but like China wanted it to be Chinese currency, India wanted it to be Indian currency, etc. There's nothing socialist about this at all. This is a bunch of capitalists that got together to challenge the old school, old guard capitalists of the US, like the old G7. Russia got kicked out of the G8, which made it the G7, and then they moved into BRICS. It's just another large capitalist group, which again, what do we call that? Advanced monopoly capitalism. Oh yeah, imperialism. Yeah, so, you know, you can do inter-imperialist rivalry in as funny a voice as you want. You can crank that funny voice up to 11. It doesn't fucking matter. You're just making yourself look like kind of a joke to communists, and we will continue to have our discussions and build our influence. You know, especially if the dollar continues to crater, the yuan might become more important. People haven't wanted to switch to China, the Chinese currency. Like if China had a more neoliberal type government, and corporations and capital generally could do whatever they want more, they'd probably already be switching in much greater numbers. You know, the European and US and whatever other capitalists are, they see that China is kind of marching to the beat of its own drummer in a lot of ways, capitalistically, but they are controlling the regulations, and they know that China's not just going to let them come in and make the regulations exactly the way they want. They're going to make them the way that China wants. And so I think that that's been the reluctance. Otherwise, I mean, the dollar is sagging, and that's only going to get worse, as we were discussing earlier. But yeah, socialist reserve currency. Anyway. I wish China did more to stop the genocide of my people. They're standing by and letting a lot of stuff happen. Because again, non-intervention. I don't know what to say anymore. You cannot in any way support the aggression against Iran. So there's a question about, like, I don't feel like Marxist-Leninists should support Iran because they aren't Leninists and are just as reactionary as the imperialists attacking them. You cannot support the imperialist aggression against them whatsoever. We've been streaming for 6 hours. I'm not going to get into that at this point. The aggression against Iran has to be condemned completely. Full stop. Iran is being attacked. It did not attack anyone. And, you know, it's making a point of exercising its sovereignty to use the tools in its disposal to disincentivize others continually attacking it because they just want to take it over. What would happen if Iran wasn't fighting back? They would just get completely taken over. Multipolarity is inter-imperialist conflict, yes. I would say, if nothing else, Iran is a great place, like we were saying, for the U.S. to commit suicide by axis of resistance. It is a place for the U.S. to burn itself out, credibility-wise, militarily, etc. But obviously, the aggression is not acceptable in the first place. And yes, nations have a right to defend themselves when attacked. Even then, like, even recognizing that, though, as a valid premise, you would still, I mean, we would always push for socialist revolution. A country is going to be stronger in the end as a socialist country than as a capitalist one. Iran would be stronger as a socialist country than as a capitalist one. Although if Iran had a socialist revolution, you'd kind of be like restarting the socialist camp again around Iran. I think it'd be like the largest socialist country at that point. China doing even the basic minimum of what the USSR did, at least around their region against the US, even that they're not doing. The deprogram on the subject of China is, quote, winning by doing nothing. Of course, they think socialist revolution will occur all over the world by doing nothing. Yeah, I wonder, it seems to me like there's people out there who think that once the US is done somehow, which I don't think I think it's a long way from being done. It may at some point in the near future not be the dominant power in the world, but that's different from being completely done. Like, yeah, socialist revolutions are going to pop up all over the place. There isn't a strong socialist movement across the world right now. There isn't. And China, I think, is a big part of that, actually. So, no, I don't think that there'd be revolutions popping up everywhere. At this point, I think you would, we've always hoped to see socialist revolution in the imperialist countries. Could be that they become the weakest places, what were traditionally the strongest, the strongholds of empire, and the toughest strongholds of empire could become the weakest. France, the UK, the US, Canada could become the weakest places. And we know that revolution tends to occur in the weakest places. How about the irony? China and BRICS upholding capitalism in the developing world while the imperialist countries go socialist. Would they fight it? Would they fight it? Would Russia come out with like, we tried this already. It's like it's a regression to the past. We're the progressive force in the world now. Makes your head hurt. Hakeem hasn't read a lick of Hoxha. He said in the Marxist Paul stream that, oh, I love Hoxha. Doesn't sound like it, dude. Does not sound like it. So, of course, he doesn't mention imperialism and the revolution and outright mocks the anti-revisionist line. I never realized, but the deprogram are constantly mocking socialism in a liberal way. Do I plan on streaming more this year? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. They all seem scared to accept that China is on top and any real new currency would be controlled by China. Then China will bring the rest of the world into the indeterminate primary stage of socialism, which will last again until the heat death of the universe. At least in the G7, they kind of agree on things. BRICS are a coalition of countries which hate each other or have no trust in each other. Fair point that there might be stronger bonds between the G7 countries that have been forged, over all these many decades. BRICS was thrown together, and we covered this like 2 years ago in a stream. BRICS is a term coined by a Goldman Sachs analyst. It was seen as like emerging markets for people to invest capital in. The guy's name, Jim something maybe? The guy's name escapes me. But it was, it was just a collection of emerging markets that people could invest their money in. Put out in the 2000s. It was like an article a Goldman Sachs investor came up with, or analyst came up with. So they don't really have that much in common other than that they're emerging markets in developing countries. Oh yeah, the other thing about Iran, they do not export capital, correct. Yeah, we covered that in a stream a while back too, that Iran's capital exports are really negligible. The West overthrew Mossadegh and they managed to thwart that and build an Islamic republic. That's the stage of struggle they're in. So yeah, it's still kind of in more of a national liberation struggle, albeit with a pretty right-wing bent. All right, folks, that is it. We pulled somewhere around 6 hours today. Just shy of 6 hours. Red salute to all, and to all a good rest of your day. We will be posting this on YouTube. Always edit them down somewhat for listenability and whatnot. But yeah, we'll see you. Look, if you want to know when the next stream is, we always put it on the Patreon. And usually that's the place where it's announced first. But I do also put it on Blue Sky, Mastodon, Tumblr, and YouTube. I think those are the places it goes up. Used to stream a lot more. Kind of through that phase now. Got a lot of really quality readings I want to get through this year. But yeah, we will be doing some more streaming, I think, compared to... I wasn't streaming very much last year. Needed a break. We'll probably do more than that this year. Really appreciate everybody here. Thanks again to the patrons and Buy Me Coffee supporters for helping to make this entire thing possible. Not just this stream, but everything that you see. And more good stuff to come. More plans to keep expanding and spreading the message. So thanks to everybody who has been a supporter and has helped this thing to grow. I've gotten a lot out of it, learned a lot from this. I've been on a quest for this kind of knowledge for many years, and making that the acquisition of all this hidden knowledge you really don't get in the US, really in a lot of countries, a lot of anti-communist, concealment of the history and ideas of the international communist movement. Thanks for joining in, not just my education, obviously, but this shared education that we are all participating in. I appreciate it. And this thing is a lot, bigger than just me at this point. Thanks to you all. I think that's it. Have a good rest of whatever time of day it is.